Chapter 741. A moment later. Huff, huff. I wiped the sweat pouring down my face and surveyed the infected still blocking my path. Seriously. Huff, don't make. Huff. Me do close combat like this. Even with a few crowns and several powers, my poor stamina had not improved at all. Nevertheless, I had enough ability to beat up knights who had lost their minds due to infection. So I swung my fists with all my might, trusting in the toughness of the Sky Knights charging at me. I believed they wouldn't die from my royal punches. Thus, I was gradually incapacitating them one by one. The problem was all of them were hero-level warriors, and there were 50 of them. Plus, they were crowded in a narrow hallway. Most importantly, I had to subdue them alive, and time was running out. At this rate, we'll be too late. The hallway was too narrow to summon clones. I had already used Gaze of Command, which could only temporarily subdue them, not completely incapacitate them. As I racked my brain on how to get through them safely within the remaining time, Your Highness, Macmillan, who was standing behind me, called out. I turned around, wondering why. We're out of time, so I'll use a rough method. Macmillan said this, and then he brought his arm to the mouth of the subdued infected lying on the floor. The unconscious infected reflexively clamped down. Splurt! Macmillan's arm was bitten by the infected, spraying blood everywhere. Ugh! Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Macmillan roughly pulled his arm out. I blinked dumbly, not understanding the situation. Sir Macmillan? What did you just do? The usual time it takes to lose consciousness after infection is 5 to 10 minutes. Skillfully pulling out a handkerchief and stopping the bleeding from the bite wound, Macmillan explained. And infected individuals do not recognize other infected as enemies. Since I'm now infected, the infected in the hallway won't attack me anymore, and the ones in the engine room won't either. Macmillan, who had taken a deep breath and stood up, glared at the engine room beyond the hallway. I will go in alone to reactivate the mana reactor. I'll pretend to be dead inside the engine room, so please, come wake me up later. Sir Macmillan, did you plan this from the beginning? Heh. Soldiers exist to prepare for the worst. Macmillan slowly began to walk forward. Well, I'm off. He approached the infected head-on with 10 steps. The other infected didn't even glance at him. Indeed, the infected did not attack their own kind. As he steadily walked away, I shouted at his retreating back. Any messages for your family or anyone? There might be no problem if the cure was developed safely, but if not, perhaps. No. Macmillan answered coolly and scratched the back of his head. Well, I'm an orphan with no family, and I haven't married yet. What? I didn't know. For some reason, I had the impression he had a wife and kids. Haha. Instead, introduce me to a nice woman later, Your Highness. He glanced back and gave me a charming wink with his characteristic smooth face. Then, Macmillan walked briskly, reached the engine room door, bang, opened it and disappeared inside. A moment later, grrrr. A loud mechanical noise began to emanate from within the engine room. Following that, a voice shouted from the speaker installed in the hallway. Main mana reactor reactivation successful. It's a success, Your Highness. The entire airship slowly but surely began to lift off. Phew! After a sigh of relief. All right then. Crack, crack. I loosened my fists in the chainmail and looked at the remaining infected in front of me. Since we have some time until we reach the crossroad, shall I finish cleaning up the ship? We had to start treatment as soon as we returned. But before that, I needed to pacify the patients. Roar! Rah! As I approached, the infected roared and charged at me one by one. Today's exercise is intense, seriously. Grumbling, I grabbed the infected one by one and slammed them to the floor. Crossroad. Airship hangar. Grrrr. The airship La Mancha, which had returned safely, landed, and as the lower hatch opened, rumble. The Crossroad heroes, who had been waiting, entered the airship with tense faces. I waved to my subordinates. Hey dash dot. On my left and right were Dr. and Mikhail, both looking extremely tired. The three of us had just finished subduing and restraining the infected inside the airship. It was really exhausting. Lucas and Evangeline, fully armored with shields, spotted me and shouted, "My lord! Senior!" Yeah, it's me. As you can see, I'm safe. Lucas and Evangeline wore complicated expressions mixed with worry and concern, but there was something more important than my safety at the moment. The infected, 104 people, 26 griffins, all restrained. Transport them all to the temple. Is the temple ready to receive the patients? High Priestess Rosetta has been urgently preparing since she received your message, my lord. Good. Proceed immediately. Oh, and be careful not to get bitten while moving them. The primary infection route is through bites. In case of any accidents during the transport, we decided to use Lucas, Evangeline, and the melee troops who were in full armor to move the restrained infected to the temple. I'll follow. Mikhail, without taking a break, immediately went to the temple with the patients. Of course, he would, given that his subordinates and wives were among them. I'll go as well. See you later. Dr. also accompanied them. The old mage would convey all the necessary information to the priests. The Sky Knights pledged to support you as soon as they joined, my lord. Lucas, observing the situation, sighed. Who would have thought something like this would happen right after they set out? All the more reason to ensure they are healed. Concentrate all remaining resources on treating the patients. But, my lord, Lucas glanced southward. I heard the number of zombie monsters is unusually high. Even if we use all our forces to stop the zombie horde, it might not be enough. Shouldn't we prioritize and consider the severity of the situation? There's no time to waste resources here. Delaying treatment and using resources for defense might be more prudent. No. I shook my head. The Sky Knights will be an important force in our future battles. If the treatment is delayed and we lose that strength, it will be an even greater loss. Treating them is very important, and I rested my chin on my hand and spoke cautiously. I think this might lead to a strategy. Pardon. Though not intentional, we managed to secure a significant number of infected survivors. I nodded. This might be the key to making the upcoming defense battle easier. That night, when I was contacted by the temple, I found Rosetta, looking exhausted from the day's work, waiting for me. Reporting, Your Highness. We have identified the cause, mechanism, and cure for the zombie plague. All hail the goddess. This is why people worship priests. I will donate a lot. It was because we were able to secure so many infected survivors. As you know, when usually attacked and infected by zombies, the bleeding and injuries are so severe that death is the most common outcome. This time, we were fortunate. Of course, we couldn't save everyone. During the treatment process, some infected succumbed and had to be put to eternal rest after becoming zombies. In front of my grim expression, Rosetta quickly added, "Sorrow can come later." In any case, while examining the survivors, I formed a hypothesis and needed to verify it. Verification. I needed to observe the actual infection process. So, I was going to get bitten myself. As I stared at Rosetta, who was calmly saying such crazy things, she smiled bitterly. Everyone was vehemently opposed, but a volunteer stepped forward and got bitten instead. Volunteered to be bitten? Yes, throwing themselves in for the greater good. I had no time to stop them. I thought of Macmillan, who had voluntarily gotten his arm bitten earlier on the airship. Seriously, everyone, why are they so desperate? Thanks to that volunteer, I could understand the transmission mechanism and treatment method. I couldn't tell if this was a romantic or barbaric aspect of the fantasy world. In any case, since it had already happened, I quietly followed Rosetta. And that foolish volunteer is this guy. In the center of the temple corridor, Zenith was tied to a chair, gagged, and struggling. My mouth dropped open, and Rosetta nonchalantly walked over and pressed her index finger against Zenith's temple. He has remarkable self-healing and divine power, so it took him an hour to become fully infected. Thanks to that, we were able to understand most of the zombie plague. Responsibility for the extreme experiment lies with me, so you can hold me accountable later. Let me continue the report. Catching her breath, Rosetta picked up several potions from the table next to Zenith. This zombie plague is caused by a parasite. A parasite? Yes, and not just any parasite. It's a magical parasite originating from demonic creatures. I was dumbfounded by the unexpected explanation. Should I say it's typical of a fantasy world's zombies? Magical parasites? This parasite enters the body through the victim's mouth, infecting their mana core and seizing control of their body. Rosetta continued her terrifying explanation. And when the host dies, the demon's power, sacrifice, drains their life force and transmits it to its master. What? Then, the parasite uses the remaining mana to animate the corpse, seeking the next victim, spreading the infection endlessly. Rosetta shrugged. That's how the parasitic infection works. Such a cruel method indeed. Fitting for a demon. Could the zombie plague that once ravaged the continent have worked like this too? I can't say for sure. However, given that the treatment used back then still works to some extent now, it might be somewhat related. Rosetta began mixing several potions. Despite being an exhausted middle-aged priest mixing the cure, her highly skilled movements felt like a bartender making a cocktail, giving a strange sense of style. This should do. Rosetta inserted the completed cure into Zenith's gag, forcing him to swallow it. Zenith, with bloodshot eyes, glared at us, twisting his body and making monstrous sounds. Grrk. Cough, cough. He spat something out through the gag. Rosetta deftly extended her tweezers to grab it. A small, thin, red worm-like creature. Rosetta held it up to my eyes. This is the parasite. See the horn at the end? It's a symbol of the demonic species. Got it, so can you get rid of it? It's pretty gross. At that moment, Zenith, gasping and wheezing, asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it resolved?" Seeing you speak properly, it seems so. Despite the reckless actions, a solution had been found. Rosetta immediately summoned her priests to start mixing the cure. I let out a sigh of relief. Now all surviving patients could be treated. Shortly after, I looked at Rosetta. She too was looking at me with a significant smile. Rosetta, by any chance? Yes, I knew you would ask. After transferring the parasite to another glass container, Rosetta gestured toward the cure on the table. You wonder what would happen if we poured this cure on the zombie monsters. Correct. Chapter 742. What do you think will happen if we pour this cure on the zombie monsters? Is that what you were asking? I nodded heavily, and Rosetta scribbled the cure recipe on the parchment on the desk and handed it to me. I think, Your Highness, that we will need a substantial donation to our temple this time. I grinned and took the recipe, then shouted outside the temple. Call all the production guild members and all the heroes. Right now. In the zombie apocalypse genre, the cure is the ultimate way to save the world. I never thought I'd be planning a tactic to pour the cure. I will explain Operation Carpet Curing. I shouted to the heroes gathered in the drawing room. We will mass-produce the zombie plague cure and pour it over the heads of the advancing zombie monster horde. The heroes all looked at me with blank expressions. I smiled and tapped the blackboard. It's similar to how we use holy magic to defeat undead monsters. We're using medicine to eliminate the disease. No matter how much, I continued to explain to the bewildered heroes. The most effective way to administer the cure is orally, but our tests have shown that applying it to the skin also works. With many patients available, we were able to observe how the cure worked in various ways. Mikhail, listening nearby, swallowed his tears. Our Sky Knights are used to being experimented on. When he said it like that, it made me seem like a real jerk. Clearing my throat, I pointed at the operation outline on the blackboard with my staff. So, the main points of this defense operation are as follows. Tap tap. I knocked on the blackboard and spoke in order. First, pour the mass-produced cure over the heads of the monsters advancing towards Crossroad. Second, repeat this process up to the fields in front of Crossroad. Third, clean up the remaining zombie remnants. That's it. Lowering my staff, I looked around the room. Any questions? Lucas immediately raised his hand. I gestured with my chin. Speak, model student. My lord, is there a way to produce that much cure? He cut right to the main problem as expected from my trusty blocker. I understand that the cure is effective against the zombie plague. But to see a definite effect, we need a considerable amount of the cure. I don't think we can produce that much in such a short time. Good point, Lucas. I nodded. That's the tricky part. Before addressing the mass production of the cure, let's clarify this first. I glanced southward, towards the direction where an enormous number of zombie monsters were advancing even now. According to our analysis, the size of the zombie monster horde advancing towards Crossroad is about 100,000. Hearing the exact number, everyone's faces turned pale. The largest monster horde we had faced before was the Goblin Horde. Numerically, the King of Flies was larger, but since that creature was a single entity and an irregular case, let's exclude it. The Goblin Horde that nearly overran Crossroad in Stage 15 numbered about 50,000. Now, a horde of zombie monsters, each far stronger and larger than a goblin, was coming in twice that number. Of course, the Goblin Horde had a brilliant commander, Callie Alexander, and though individually weak, they were an extremely well-trained, cohesive army. On the other hand, this zombie horde, while strong individually, was just a mindless swarm, not moving like an army at all. Even so, 1,000,000. It's an unbelievable number. The horde's destructive power is unprecedented. It's unrealistic to stop that many monsters with cure bombing alone. Using explosive bombs isn't a viable option either. I judged that using the cure in this tactical manner was the most effective solution. So, the primary effect we aim to achieve with this cure bombing is weakening them. Weakening? Yes, and this weakening can be achieved with a diluted cure, according to our tests. That's right. Dilute the cure with water, like turning espresso into an Americano. The point is to enjoy it and just stay awake, right? If Italians on Earth heard this, they'd probably spit blood. But I'm a proud Korean who loves iced coffee all year round. No problem with dilution here. When the diluted cure is applied, even if it doesn't kill the zombie parasites, it significantly disrupts their control over the infected's bodies. In simpler terms, the zombies' combat power will plummet. I poked the map attached next to the blackboard with my staff. So, for the next 2 days, until the horde reaches Crossroad, we'll keep applying the diluted cure over their heads, thoroughly and repeatedly. Would you pour bleach undiluted when cleaning mold? It's wasteful, right? You dilute it and clean repeatedly to save bleach and keep the bathroom clean. Then, when the weakened zombies reach Crossroad, we annihilate them all at once. I immediately turned my head to the side. Of course, even with dilution, we need to produce a large amount of the cure. Currently, all priests, magicians, and alchemists in the temple are working together to produce and replicate the zombie cure. Lily and the head of the Alchemist Guild nodded at my gaze. What's the best part of magic? It has the power to turn ridiculous commands into reality. Fortunately, all kinds of potion ingredients, which are the raw materials for the cure, have been piled up as support supplies from all over the world. There's enough to work overnight for 2 days to produce the cure. Additionally, since the cure is liquid, our Merfolk King, despite being in pain, will use his people's powers to help replicate the cure. King Poseidon, who was leisurely lying in a portable bathtub watching the meeting, looked startled and pointed at himself. Wait, me? But I'm still sick. I nonchalantly gestured with my chin. King Poseidon, aren't you still a vigorous youth? Well, yes, I still want to live as a youth. Being a youth means enduring some pain. It's okay. Let's go. Serenade appeared behind the bathtub with a smiling face. Shall we go, Merfolk King? Uh. Serenade grabbed the bathtub handle and rolled it out. The waiting alchemists immediately surrounded King Poseidon, grabbing him from both sides and disappearing somewhere. King Poseidon's belated scream echoed through the mansion corridor as it faded away. Let's exert some strength before retiring, King Poseidon. As I nodded internally, I noticed someone else raising a hand. It was Hannibal and the spirit users. When I gestured with my chin, Hannibal cautiously looked around and spoke. Your Highness, we can also help with the liquid cure replication. Water spirits, huh? Good. I'm counting on you, Hannibal. After the meeting on mass-producing and replicating the cure ended, I raised my voice to the remaining heroes. However, weakening the zombie monsters doesn't end the battle. In the end, we must directly annihilate the monsters that withstand the cure bombing and reach Crossroad. Tension flickered across the heroes' faces, especially since the condition of the southern wall of Crossroad isn't good. You all, who will face the monsters directly, must be very worried. Everyone nodded slightly at my words. We couldn't complete the repairs on the southern wall. Though it's maintained in shape, it doesn't function as a real wall. Will the repairs be finished before this defense battle, or even by the final battle? It's a worrying situation. So how do we deal with the zombie wave in this situation? To solve this issue, our non-human comrades and the blacksmiths have been working hard. Kelly Bay, who had been listening, nodded vigorously. Verdandi and Coolin watched the boasting bald dwarf with displeasure. The remaining heroes, unaware of the details, blinked in confusion. I smiled. Now, my heroes. With the spirit of Santa Claus distributing presents to children on Christmas, I pulled out new visual materials and attached them to the blackboard. I will introduce the new wall of our monster front that we've been working on. Flap. The materials attached to the blackboard. Seeing the aerial view and operational mechanism of the new wall depicted there, all the heroes who hadn't heard the news yet simultaneously gaped in shock. What? Unbelievable. No way that. Great reactions. This is why presenting new products is so satisfying. Suppressing a smile, I glanced at the aerial view attached to the blackboard. Indeed, the one who breaks it must restore it with all their might. That's the way of the world. Isn't that right, Nightbringer? Mass production and replication of the cure proceeded smoothly. There was an unexpected jackpot, and it was none other than Hannibal. When Hannibal summoned a spirit using the Mountain Spirit's Axe, Flash Dash. Another rainbow color? Another Spirit King. Hannibal's summoning luck is insane. From now on, we should let him handle all the summoning. And the one summoned was perfectly timed and fitting for the situation, the Water Spirit King. Your salary will be doubled this month, Hannibal. I was just lucky. Thus, with the power of the Merfolk King who had been struggling, combined with the Water Spirit King, the already prepared cure multiplied several times over. I don't know the principle behind how they handled the liquid to replicate the cure, but hooray for magic. Seriously, the cure was copied. Once enough was ready, La Mancha immediately prepared to fly south again. The continuous flights were wearing down both the airship and the pilot, but the situation was urgent. The Air Force involved in this carpet curing operation included La Mancha and, "Are you sure you're up for this?" "Of course, Prince Ash." Mikhail, smiling confidently, tightened his grip on his griffin reins. Alongside him were about 20 griffins. The Sky Knights were all being treated in the temple, but only half of the griffins were infected, and the rest were fine. Mikhail had proposed using these healthy griffins for the cure bombing operation. Handling over 20 griffins alone seems tough. My griffin is also the leader of the pack. Mikhail patted his chest. My heart contains griffin blood as well. Don't worry, I'll lead them well. And griffins are very intelligent creatures. They can handle the cure dispersion without difficulty. I was worried about the success of the operation and the griffins, but mostly I worried about Mikhail. Last time he lost all his subordinates, and this time he almost lost his new subordinates and wives. Though he was nursing his wives in the temple, he never complained about the situation. I'm a king now, Ash. I have to protect all the lives of my country's people waiting in the north. Mikhail, with his still young face, showed a more mature smile. And to protect my country, I know I must first defend this front. Well, I'm off. With a short salute, Mikhail and the Griffins boarded La Mancha. I quietly watched his back. Back then, he seemed like a little kid, but now he's grown so much. Everyone is growing. Here on the front lines, facing their own trials, everyone, regardless of age or gender, was growing in spirit. When this winter ends, when all the invasions end, will I be able to see them all, fully grown? After putting aside thoughts of the distant future, I watched the airship take off from the hangar until it was out of sight before turning around. The operation was established. The route was confirmed. Now all that was left was to face it with all our strength. Let's get ready to welcome our guests. As the zombie parade approached from the south, it was time to prepare Crossroads' specialty, the Trap Festival, which the monsters loved to death. Chapter 743. For the next 2 days, La Mancha and the Griffins poured diluted cure over the heads of the zombie horde. At first, most of the zombies endured with little reaction, but as the cure application accumulated, changes began to appear. The zombies' condition weakened, and the parasites controlling the hosts gradually lost their grip. The number of zombies unable to move swiftly grew like a snowball. Some zombies even started showing signs of the parasites being completely eradicated. And these cured zombies were attacked by the still infected ones. It seemed the zombies judged friend from foe based on whether the parasites controlled the host. Every time a zombie was cured of its parasites due to the repeated application of the cure, the remaining zombies instinctively attacked and killed it. A zombie without its parasite was merely a lifeless corpse. Those whose parasites were eradicated by the cure were inevitably killed by the remaining zombies, who finished them off. Such a grotesque sight. Watching the 100,000-strong mass of corpses attacking each other was horrifying. But if they reduce their numbers on their own, that's to our advantage. The zombie horde, steadily weakening and decreasing in number, continued to advance northward. Watching the recorded footage from La Mancha, I nodded. The plan was working. However, it was becoming increasingly clear, even from the video footage, that Cromwell was growing larger. At first, I thought it was an illusion. But as the horde came within a day's march of Crossroad, it became certain. The leader, Cromwell, was enlarging. Its horn, after repeated abnormal growths, now resembled a massive tree, and its body had become so bloated that it couldn't support its own weight. At some point, it began crawling on all fours, as if it had been a quadruped from the start. Yes, like a giant reindeer, a monstrous reindeer, with grotesquely twisted muscles, leading the zombie horde, its giant antlers shrouded in a ghastly pale green magic. I suddenly recalled Rosetta's explanation. The parasite burrows into the host's body through the mouth, infecting the host's magical core and seizing control of the body. Upon the host's death, the parasite, using its demon-like ability to sacrifice, siphons the host's remaining life force to its master. The entire zombie outbreak was related to the demon-like ability to sacrifice. When zombie monsters die, Cromwell absorbs their last remnants of life force, strengthening itself. That must be the mechanism. Is this some RPG raid boss tradition where the boss gets stronger as the minions die? Despite the growing burden of a giant Cromwell, I can't avoid fermenting the soy sauce just because I'm afraid of maggots. It's ridiculous to let the zombie horde roam free out of fear of the boss's growth. The preparations are complete. I estimated the location of the zombie horde, which had advanced near Crossroad, on the map and thought, I will definitely clear this. Stage 45. The last boss stage before the final battle, Stage 50. The toughest hurdle before facing the final boss. Nothing will change. Kill the monsters, save the people. From the beginning until now, that's the only path I have chosen. With just a few hours left until the zombie horde's arrival, the night at Crossroad was desolate. Even normally, the city wasn't very populous. But with the non-combatants evacuated ahead of the monster horde's assault, it was even more deserted. And in this empty city, in the likewise empty training ground of the abandoned barracks, huff, huff, Hecate was still desperately swinging her sword. Despite her broken body and lost swordsmanship, she kept trying, repeatedly losing her grip in the process. Hecate! Lucas, who had been watching her from behind, finally spoke. Why didn't you evacuate? Why are you still here? Ah. Hecate, picking up her sword again, replied bluntly. His Highness told me to stay in this city, so I'm staying. Don't act like a child. That's not what he meant. I know, but where else would I go? Hecate shook her head. Wherever I am, it's the same. I'm a useless person now, with nowhere to go back to. That's why I'm here, to find a reason to live, as His Highness said. Clang. The training sword Hecate had dropped rolled on the ground. Staring blankly at her calloused, bleeding hands, Hecate muttered. Lucas, if I'm in danger of dying tomorrow, will you come to save me? After a brief silence, Lucas met Hecate's gaze with his bright blue eyes. You're one of my best friends, Hecate. If it weren't wartime, of course, I'd drop everything and come to save you. But Hecate bitterly smiled at his rational answer. Now, I am the bodyguard of my lord and the lieutenant of the frontline commander. I have a position to uphold, so I won't be able to come. If you were me, you'd make the same judgment, right? You're right. Even if I retained my strength and remained a knight, our judgments would be the same. Letting out a long sigh, Hecate leaned against the training ground wall and looked up at the sky. I just wonder, if I hadn't been broken, if I had remained useful, would you have ever looked back at me? Hecate. Hesitating, Lucas cautiously asked. After this battle, would you like to go on a date? Hecate's eyes widened. Did she hear that right? A date? Did you just say a date? Yes, a date. You know, having a meal together, walking around a bit. Lucas tilted his head. Is that a no?
No.
It's not that. Why is this stubborn guy suddenly proposing this? Flustered by this unprecedented event, Hecate stammered. Lucas nodded. Then I'll take that as a yes.
No. Okay.
Lucas laughed softly and stepped back. Since you're staying in the city, wait in a safe place. Let's survive and meet again. Lucas quickly left the training ground. Hecate stared blankly at his retreating back. Even after receiving a date invitation from her longtime crush, Hecate's expression remained complex. She couldn't help but think that if she hadn't been broken, Lucas wouldn't have been so considerate. It's difficult. As a child, her greatest wish was to get a date request from that stubborn guy. Why wasn't she happy now? Shaking her head slightly, Hecate picked up the training sword from the ground. She didn't know what to live for anymore, but she didn't intend to die pointlessly to the zombies either. I should live a bit longer, to see what that stubborn guy would prepare for a date, and to find what or whom she should die for. At least for this battle, she resolved to survive. That's what Hecate thought. The expected time for the zombie horde to reach Crossroad was early dawn. During the night, as she prepared for the siege with the melee unit heroes, Evangeline suddenly felt hungry. Shall we get something to eat and continue? Let's do that, Captain Glutton. Laughter erupted among the soldiers. Evangeline retorted, I'm still growing, you know? As she led the way, the melee unit heroes all headed to the field kitchen together. In preparation for the early morning operation, the field kitchen was providing simple meals throughout the night. The heroes were served cups of hot soup and simple sandwiches with large chunks of meat. As soon as she took a bite of the sandwich, Evangeline happily puffed out her cheeks. Wow, this is delicious. A southern twist on new Terra style. It's just my taste. Ha! Even she felt something was odd and opened her eyes wide. Wait a minute. This cooking style. I've had it before. At that moment, she noticed a cook standing awkwardly in the field kitchen. Ha! It was a familiar young man. Startled, Evangeline pointed at him. Huh? That waiter. Ha ha. Yes, that's me. The waiter who had suddenly confessed to her at the cafeteria. Evangeline was dumbfounded. Why didn't you evacuate? What are you doing here? And what's with the uniform? Well, I volunteered and enlisted temporarily. They said they needed more cooks, and on impulse, I've helped out in the restaurant's kitchen before, so I can cook. Evangeline was at a loss for words. The waiter scratched his head in embarrassment. A few days ago, a soldier who visited our restaurant said something. He told me that even though I said I liked Miss Evangeline and lived in this city, I knew nothing about her or the city. I didn't know what fighting monsters was like, or what this city was protecting, so I felt a bit ashamed. I wanted to know. That's why I enlisted. Evangeline slapped her forehead. Your heart is admirable, but this place is really dangerous. You haven't had combat training. You could really die. You should evacuate right now. Don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. The waiter waved his hands hurriedly and added, I just want to understand what kind of battle Miss Evangeline is fighting. Whether I truly deserve to live in this city. Evangeline sighed deeply and warned him earnestly. When the battle starts, hide in a safe place. Got it? Don't ever come out. Yes, I will remember that. The waiter smiled innocently. Evangeline turned around and downed her cup of soup in one gulp, feeling frustrated. She didn't have special feelings for the young man, but he was a resident of this city, and Evangeline was the heir to its lordship. There's a lot to protect. If she became the actual lord, she would have to embrace the diverse hearts of many more people. It's not easy. Monsters and people's hearts. None of it was easy. Exhaling sharply, Evangeline finished her meal cleanly and headed back to the front lines. The melee unit heroes watched her departing figure with gentle smiles. After a night of tangled emotions, dawn approached. In the dark hours before sunrise. Thud. 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 Finally, in the distance of the southern plains of Crossroad, the advancing zombie horde appeared. After 2 days of continuous cure bombing, their numbers had halved, and their speed and presence had diminished. But they were still numerous, still fast, and still terrifying. Breaking through the dark night, their ominous green eyes gleaming, the approaching zombie horde was eerie and horrifying. Grr. Grah! The terrifying screams of tens of thousands of zombies reached Crossroad. And amidst the soldiers swallowing their dry throats in tension, Ash smiled confidently and spread his arms forward. All right, let's get started. And he shouted confidently, Activate the wall. Chapter 744. Cromwell was walking forward. Ha! Using her bloated arms as forelegs, she crawled along the ground and noticed an ant colony crushed beneath her tree-like hand, pondering in a daze. Where am I going? The fragments of her torn thoughts slowly entangled and stitched together. Ah, right, to Crossroad, to the gateway of the mortal realm. Why? Why was she going there? To destroy the mortal realm. Why must the mortal realm be destroyed? Because that's my final mission. Why must the mission be carried out? To uphold the honor of our legion. Our legion? The great demon species. We left our distant home to conquer all dimensions. As her thoughts reached this point, Cromwell became puzzled. Home? Where is that? She couldn't recall any memories associated with her home. She had left it too early in her life to have any attachments to her country or species. However, she enjoyed listening to the elders' tales about home. Stories about their great homeland where they gathered stardust to create paths and harnessed the sun to illuminate cities. Elder. Cromwell's slow but unstoppable march suddenly came to a halt. Who was that? Very slowly, an image of an old demon's face surfaced in her mind. Ah, father. Cromwell's advance stopped entirely. The entire zombie monster horde following her also came to a halt. Listen, Dad. I really tried my best. Cromwell opened her mouth to speak. Gra. But her vocal cords had mutated into a form incapable of producing speech. Unaware of this, Cromwell continued to speak, addressing the phantom image of the elder demon she had revered as a child. I became the Legion commander, as you said, allied with the Demon King, and tried to lead our legion well. But I failed. I was a proxy for the Demon King's authority but was utterly defeated. The capital fell, and I was torn to pieces by the Black Dragon. I wanted to do well. I gave it my all. I wanted to be a good Legion commander and lead our legion proudly. I had no other path but this, but I completely messed it up. From the moment she became self-aware as a very young child, Cromwell had been trained and grown as a Legion commander. She grew up with everyone's expectations. You are overflowing with talent. You will make a great Legion commander. Lead our legion to victory. You will succeed. We all believe in you. But, however, no one told her. After a loss instead of a victory, after failure instead of success, what to do and how to cope. How to get back up after suffering a heartbreakingly severe wound. Help me, Dad. Comfort me. I feel like I'm suffocating. I feel like I'm going to die. Cromwell cried out to the silent image of the elder. Why are you just watching? Because I failed to meet your expectations? Do you think I wanted to fail? Do you think I wanted to ruin our legion? But I did my best, and it still turned out like this. Please, tell me, what do I do after a failure, after a defeat? Still receiving no response from the elder, Cromwell reached out in desperation. Crunch, 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 splat. The next moment, the image of the elder turned into chunks of flesh. Only then did Cromwell notice the taste of blood and flesh left in her mouth. Ah! Gazing blankly at the bloodstain on the ground where the elder's image had vanished, Cromwell slowly lifted her head and looked around. Where is everyone? Then she slowly recalled the scene at the abandoned cathedral a few days ago. She remembered that she had devoured the last of her comrades. Just like replaying a recorded video in reverse, the flesh, bones, and entrails torn and stuffed into her mouth began to gather together, forming the shape of her legion members. And they all stared at her with empty, black eyes, opening their dark mouths to speak. This is our last chance. Bought with our lives, Commander. The mortal realm must be destroyed. This time we must succeed no matter what. A slow smile spread across Cromwell's blank face. Ah, I see. There is nothing after failure. Once defeated, it's just death. This time, she had been revived by sacrificing her entire race, so now I just need to succeed. Yes, the previous defeat is null and void. It doesn't count. She had revived spectacularly. She would conquer Crossroad, destroy the mortal realm, simply resume her path to success, reclaim the honor of her species, and lead the Cromwell Legion once more. Once more? Gra! Roaring fiercely, Cromwell resumed her advance. The monster, who couldn't accept defeat and chose to return as a corpse, charged forward with a roar, to ensure she wouldn't fail again, to destroy the mortal realm ahead. Gra! Leading the zombie monster horde. Momentarily pausing, Cromwell, transformed into a giant reindeer-like creature, let out a fearsome roar. Thud! 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 Her massive body advanced rapidly, followed by the entire zombie horde. The earth and trees trembled at their advance. Watching this, I extended my arms and shouted, "Activate the wall!" This was the moment the new wall of Crossroad, prepared since the Black Dragon incident, was revealed. SSSH-. Simultaneously with my command, magic rails were laid along the guidelines installed in front of the southern wall of Crossroad. Using the power cores and components of the Iron Horse Legion we had defeated, we had mimicked their movement system, a magic railway that could designate new routes each time. Following these rails, clunk, clunk, clunk dash, 9 waiting magic trains emerged. More like long carts on wheels than trains, each one was equipped with a dark power core. The 9 carts lined up in a row outside the southern wall, separated, and arranged at regular intervals. Confirming the trains were in position, Lily shouted, "Wall activation ready? Deploying." The next moment, clunk! The 9 power cores installed in each train simultaneously floated into the air. Hovering in midair, the 9 power cores emitted an eerie, beautiful glow, with the central core being the largest. Looking at the ominously glowing black power core, I smiled wryly. It was bound to attract attention. The central power core was an EX-grade dragon heart obtained from Nightbringer. The remaining 8 power cores were SSR-grade cores also obtained from Nightbringer. Clatter! As the 9 power cores resonated and emitted magic around them, they began extracting parts from within the trains and rapidly assembling them. The dragon's bones formed the framework, covered densely by dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, the structure was assembled according to the design, and the 9 power cores poured out ink like magic to fill the gaps and solidify the framework. Although the explanation was long, the actual setup time took only a few dozen seconds. Thud! When I regained my senses, a newly built black wall stood in front of the southern wall of Crossroad. I smiled satisfactorily at the sight of the astonished soldiers' gaping mouths. The artifact we constructed, pooling the maximum resources of the World Guardian Front. An unprecedented mobile fortress. Its name is Nightbringer. TL note: the funny part is that this joke only works in English. The unfunny part is that it's written the same way Nightbringer, so I need to pay extra attention. Meaning the one who carries knights. But honestly, the name was chosen to mock that black dragon. We used the power cores and components of the Iron Horse Legion to create the movement system. We implemented the fusion and separation system using the power cores and components of the Wraith King Legion. Then we poured everything we obtained from Nightbringer into creating this. It's made from the materials of 3 legions. We almost used up the entire Black Dragon. Since seeing the option for portable walls in New Terra's fortress, I'd been contemplating this design. The timing of the Monster Legion's appearances allowed us to implement it. Click, click, click. Soldiers orderly mounted the beautifully completed wall. As a magical artifact, this wall's defensive power was unparalleled, but it consumed immense magic just by being activated. Fortunately, Crossroad was a source of mana stones, so we had a plentiful supply, but it was still resource efficient to deploy it only right before battle. But Your Highness, Lily, who had been working tirelessly to control this black dragon wall until just yesterday, asked with a tired face, "Couldn't we just build a wall in front of Crossroad with these materials? Why did we have to include such a complicated system of fusion, separation, and movement?" To this, Kelly Bay, who was admiring the wall with an impressed look, shouted in response, "Because it's cool." Seriously, Ash is a genius. I mean, who else would think of making such an awesome mobile fortress? This kid understands romance, really? Lily squinted. Well, that's Kellybay's opinion. Of course, it's nice that it's cool, but having a wall that can move, separate, and merge means it can be deployed anywhere. In other words, advancing the wall turns that area into a forward base. Even sending only 3 trains can create a small base. From the Black Lake to Crossroad, we can create, dismantle, and retreat forward bases at strategic points. Although it was barely completed and couldn't be deployed forward this time, it will be flexible from stage 46 to the final battle, stage 50. Listening to my explanation, Lily nodded and then looked at the approaching zombie monster horde. Everyone on the front worked hard to make this, so I hope it withstands the upcoming battles. It will hold the blood, sweat, and tears of the people who built this intricate wall are immense. And additionally, Nightbringer, though he was an enemy, he was monstrously strong. And this wall, made from his entire being, is also strong. BZZZZZ. The 9 power cores resonated inside the wall, emitting the sound of artifact activation. The black wall, a defensive artifact in itself, prepared for defense, its magic fluctuating. Grara! Ga! The zombie monster horde charged towards the wall like a tidal wave. Chapter 745. It was still early dawn, the time when light and darkness switch, enveloping the world in a dim glow. Grara! Ga! The tide of corpses surged toward Crossroad. Under the dawn sky, the writhing bodies of the zombies appeared gray. The mass of zombies, swarming over the land, resembled a fluttering cloth or a cluster of caterpillars. Gra! Leading the horde was a giant reindeer, its antlers massive like the branches of the world tree, and its huge body the size of a hill, no, a small mountain, thundered forward. Cromwell, this demon, zombie, and monster, the Nightmare Legion commander, charged directly toward the first line of defense set up on the southern plains of Crossroad. The Kill Zone, a fenced barrier designed to restrict the monster's movements. The Kill Zone, fortified through the accumulated experience of carpenters and continuous upgrades, was sturdy enough to rival any stone fortress. But, boom! Before the charge of a Legion-level monster, it was meaningless. The fences forming the Kill Zone shattered into pieces. Cromwell roared fiercely, trampling the fence as she entered the southern plains. Gah! While Cromwell's speed slowed momentarily due to destroying the Kill Zone, the horde of zombies poured in, trampling the broken fences and barriers. Now the zombies swarmed ahead of Cromwell, filling the southern plains of Crossroad as they tangled and intertwined with each other. The Kill Zone has been breached. Kill Zone breached. Responding to the soldiers' reports, I remained unperturbed. Don't panic. This was anticipated. The Kill Zone was set up in hopes of amusingly slowing down the small zombies. Though it's a shame it was breached, it was within expected parameters. The zombies, having crossed the Kill Zone, marched furiously into the next area. A scout shouted, "They've entered the first section of the party hall. Good. Let the fun begin." Right after the Kill Zone, named the party hall. It means, of course, a fun party area. What kind of party? Of course, it's a bomb party. The foremost zombie stepped into the party hall zone. Beep! A mechanical activation sound rang out. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted from the ground. That's right, landmines. Every single mine remaining in Crossroad was buried in this party hall zone. Boom! 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 The landmines triggered by the zombie steps turned the southern plains into a field of smoke and fire. Hooray! The volunteer soldiers who had joined more recently cheered at the sight of the horde's vanguard being engulfed in explosive flames. Meanwhile, the seasoned soldiers, who had been fighting on this front for a long time, remained silent, coldly glaring ahead. These soldiers had grown up dealing with various monsters over time. They could roughly guess how the battle would change depending on the monster they faced. And the seasoned soldiers were right. Grara! The zombies continued their advance through the explosions and flames. The startled new recruits stopped their cheers. I smiled bitterly. This time, the enemy was zombies. Even if their legs were blown off, even if their lower bodies were gone, even if their innards were burning, they would keep coming. Moreover, they weren't even in the human form one usually associates with zombies. These were all monsters that had turned into zombies. Zombie dogs, zombie rhinos, giant mantis zombies, zombies galloping like horses, cicadas digging through the ground, centipedes that split and crawled even when their waists were severed. It's like a twisted farm of horrors. These monster zombies were far tougher than human zombies. Gah! The zombie monster horde continued charging through the exploding party hall zone. Bodies on fire, dragging their innards, crawling on their hands instead of their blown-off legs. The zombies didn't stop. The first party hall has been breached. The party's just getting started. Why are they in such a rush? Let's keep the dance going. The monsters that passed through the first minefield entered the next zone. Beep! A magical sensor embedded in the ground responded. The next moment. Thud! Boom! The ground-based claymore mines triggered, releasing a storm of shrapnel and metal balls that shredded the monsters' bodies. This was a trap I devised, modeled after the Claymore anti-personnel mines from Earth. In this fortress city, scrap metal and debris piles up like mountains. We collected these and used them as ground-based mines to scatter shrapnel toward the enemy. The storm of shrapnel tore through the zombies. Their bodies were ripped apart, limbs severed, and holes punched through them. But they were zombies. Gah. Even with their bodies shredded, the monsters didn't stop advancing. They pushed through the first party hall filled with ground mines, the second party hall with claymore mines, and even the third party hall packed with every other trap we had. The zombie monster horde kept moving forward, burning, shattered, and shredded. These stubborn creatures. The third party hall has been breached. The monster horde isn't stopping. It doesn't matter. Focus on your tasks. While the soldiers were significantly shaken by the rapid breach of the kill zone and the 3 party halls we had meticulously prepared, I didn't bat an eye. I never had the naive expectation that the kill zone or the party halls would eliminate the monsters. Our Crossroads defensive facilities are all top-notch, but the ultimate weapon is still. I gazed at the hundreds of cannons orderly positioned on the wall. Firepower. For the past 3 years, the class with the highest kill count among monsters. Our Crossroads main dealer, the Monster Slayers, the highly trained artillery soldiers glared fiercely. Prepare to fire. At my command, hundreds of cannons began their targeting sequence. A scout, holding binoculars and observing the vanguard of the zombie horde, shouted with all his might. The vanguard is within cannon range. Not yet. Let the vanguard through. The artillery's target is the second wave. Gah. The advancing zombie monsters' forms became clearly visible to us on the wall. Gulp. The sound of soldiers swallowing their dry throats echoed. I shouted. Hold. Wait for it. A few eternal seconds later, the scout, drenched in cold sweat, whipped his head around and reported. The second wave is within cannon range. Now, I thrust my hand forward. Fire! 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 The command echoed along the wall, followed by the thunderous sound of cannons firing. Boom! 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 Flames erupted from the cannons in sequence, creating a beautiful wave of fire. Hundreds of cannons unleashed a perfectly coordinated crossfire. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. When the elite soldiers I had nurtured from the beginning perfectly executed my commands. There is no greater joy for a commander. The rain of shells, carving through the sky, fell on the zombie monsters. Boom! The shells landed in succession, drawing a line of pure fire on the ground. The zombie monsters caught in the bombardment could no longer move. Yes, I clenched my fist. No matter how tough they are, after partying all night 3 times in a row, they had to be exhausted. The zombie monsters, having passed through 3 trap-filled party halls, were now in a tattered state, perfect for our bombardment to finish them off. I extended my arm and continued to shout. Pour it on. Spare nothing and unload everything. Turn this southern plain to ashes. Don't stop. Firepower. More firepower. My command was eagerly followed by the artillery, who began firing continuously. The barrage of shells crushed the zombies one by one. Even so, due to the toughness of the monster zombies, many still managed to push through the fiery inferno. The vanguard I had intentionally let through was also closing in on Crossroad. To deal with these, we had the Ballista Squad. Commence fire. Archers, follow up with your shots. Ballista and Archer squads. The archers picked off the approaching zombie monsters one by one. Aim for the head. Aim for the head. The parasites are in the head. Destroy the head, and they can't move. 3 trap-filled party halls, a crossfire bombardment zone, and finally the ballista and archer squads. The zombie monsters, having survived all this, crawled towards the wall but were now significantly slowed. For skilled archers, hitting the slow-moving monsters' heads wasn't a difficult task. Everything was working smoothly with the ideal form of defense in place. Yet there were still too many of them. After passing through 3 party halls, the crossfire zone, and the ballista and archer fire, the zombie monsters, driven by their indomitable will to breach the mortal realm, crawled up to the wall. Don't bother with zombies that are already incapacitated. Focus on those still charging in. Following my command, the archers continued to target the most threatening enemies, but they kept glancing nervously at the zombies nearing the wall. Understandably so. Even though their limbs were blown off, the zombies were still getting close to the wall. But really, there's no need to worry. It wasn't just because the incapacitated zombies lacked climbing ability or that our melee units could safely deal with them. The real reason we didn't worry about these scattered monster remnants was BZZZZ. When the vanguard of the zombie monsters finally reached the wall, the power core inside the wall vibrated with a faint hum. And when the leading zombie, crawling on the ground with its only remaining arm, touched the wall with its fingertips, whoosh! The wall unleashed a fearsome shockwave, as if swatting away a disgusting fly. Boom! Boom boom! The zombies clinging to the wall and those approaching it were all blasted apart, their bodies exploding and being flung backward. BZZZ. Once all the zombies within range were eliminated, the power core inside the wall calmed down again. The soldiers on the wall looked down at the base of the wall with a mixture of shock and awe. This was the true power of the wall created by entirely repurposing the cores of 3 Monster Legion commanders, the Nightbringer. The wall made with the core of that black dragon. It was never going to be a gentle protector. It's good, but... Evangeline's lips quivered as she tapped the wall with her foot. This wall feels strange. It's on our side, but it feels extremely dangerous. I nodded. That's right. It was made to be dangerous. Chapter 746. For a while, the battle proceeded smoothly in this manner. After passing through 3 party halls, there was the crossfire zone, followed by the ballista and archer squad, and then a very formidable new fortress wall. The zombie monsters that arrived first tenaciously endured, but eventually, after passing this long defensive line, they fell and died. Though the early stages of the battle went well, the monsters were not going to let themselves be easily defeated. Grrrr! Aya! With a scream that seemed to scrape from the depths of the zombie monster's souls. Thud! 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 Gigantic zombie monsters poured out from the front. Other zombie monsters were also larger compared to humans, but these particular monsters were especially tall and robust. I ground my teeth as I surveyed them. Flame giants! A powerful legion even among giant species, as strong as the frost giants. A typical crushing with specs type of monster. And such spec-type monsters fully benefit from zombification. Since they have no supernatural abilities and fight solely with physical prowess, they lose nothing and gain everything by becoming zombies. Moreover, these guys, true to their name, the flame giants are immune to explosions and flames. Bang! Boom! Boom! Amidst the exploding mines and falling fire from the artillery, the flame giants remained unscathed. The ones that stepped forward easily withstood the artillery barrage. In an instant, the entire zombie monster legion behind them approached Crossroads significantly. The crossfire zone was breached. Panic spread among the soldiers. But this was all part of the pre-planned operation. Then let's move to the next phase. I raised my hand into the air and swung my fist in a circular motion. Then, grrrr! An airship soared up from the crossroads side. La Mancha. And escorting it were Mikhail and the Griffins. Go dash! Scree! The Air Force of the World Guardian Front closed the distance in an instant and flew over the heads of the monsters. I stretched out my hand and shouted, "Pour it on dash!" As if in response to my words, the bottom hatch of La Mancha opened at the perfect timing. SSSSHH. Literally, the cure was poured out. It was reminiscent of how planes in large-scale farms on Earth spray pesticides. The cure, poured like rain, fell on the heads of the zombie monsters. The zombie monsters writhed in agony. In case they developed resistance to the cure, we gradually reduced the dilution and increased the concentration of the cure. At this decisive moment, we didn't hold back and dropped the undiluted cure. Grrr. Aya! A vast number of zombies, showered with the undiluted cure, were forcibly cured, with parasites emerging as the zombie state was lifted. I clenched my fist as I watched this scene. This was the tactic we devised. Deploy multiple layers of defenses to melt down regular monsters with general firepower, and for the elite monsters that penetrate these defenses, drop the cure. And the elite monsters cured of their zombie state would temporarily serve as a wall of monsters. The monsters, who had not been hostile to each other as hosts of the same zombie parasite, began to attack the cured monsters in a frenzy. The flame giants, who had been leading the charge, were instead attacked, and as they fell and died, they swung their fists backward, smashing other zombies. Chaos ensued rapidly, causing a bottleneck among the monsters. I nodded in satisfaction. Even two monster legions appearing simultaneously could bring the game to the brink of over. That's how difficult this defense game, Doomsday Feast, is. But in this stage, dozens of monster legions appeared simultaneously, even if zombified. As it stands, the stage wouldn't be feasible. Neither the Demon King nor the Watcher would tolerate such a thing. Therefore, there must be a gimmick that allows for clearing, and the route I chose was this cure. And so far, it's working perfectly. Not only does it forcibly cure their zombie state, rendering them powerless, but it also makes them fight each other, reducing their numbers. At this rate, we can manage. Cure drop complete. Withdrawing temporarily to resupply and will return. The pilot of La Mancha communicated as the large airship circled back towards Crossroad. They had used up all the cure they carried in one go. Now they would return to the hangar to refill the cure and re-enter the battlefield. This process would be repeated. All the cure stockpiled up to now would be used without reservation. Thus, a new section was created on the battlefield, dividing it into 4 major zones. The 3 layers of party halls with installed traps. The crossfire zone formed by the Crossroad artillery. The chaos wall of monsters fighting each other after being cured of their zombie state. The sniper zone of ballista and archers. Most of the mines and traps in the party halls seemed exhausted, but the newly created chaos wall of monsters provided a new solid defense line. The bodies of the monsters killed by fighting each other literally piled up as a wall of flesh. The monsters constantly bottlenecked and slowed down. Our ballista and archers melted the enemies trapped on this path, and La Mancha, now refilled with cure, flew over their heads and dropped the cure again. Observing the battlefield, which started to operate smoothly again, no one let their guard down. Everyone knew that the real battle hadn't started yet. And then, thud dash, the real one appeared. Thud, 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 thud dash. A giant larger than any flame giant seen so far stepped forward. While the bodies of the previous flame giants burned red, this giant's body was already charred black. Above its head was a halo made of flames. I ground my teeth as I recognized the opponent. Flame Giant King. Indeed, this zombie monster legion comprised the majority of the monster legions from Zone 10, all zombified and pouring out at once. Naturally, the legion commanders were also zombified and advancing with them. The Flame Giant King opened its mouth wide, spewing not a roar but a massive flame. Then, exhaling black smoke, it began to charge forward. Thud, 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 thud. It was as imposing as a steam locomotive spewing smoke. Crash dash. In an instant, the Flame Giant King approached its own cured legion, the Flame Giants, and extended a massive fist engulfed in flames. Boom! It blew off the upper bodies of what were once its subordinates. The mighty arms of the Flame Giant King instantly demolished the wall of flesh. The cured monsters couldn't hold out long and were annihilated. Huff! Exhaling flames, the Flame Giant King turned its fiery gaze toward us. Indicating its zombified state, the flames in its eyes were tainted green. And then, thud dash, it began to stride towards us. Fire! Fire! Stop its advance dash! The ballista and archer units, aghast, focused their attacks on the Flame Giant King. Rattle! However, the Flame Giant King marched forward, unfazed by the rain of arrows. Its body was so massive that even direct hits didn't seem to faze it as it kept advancing. An absurdly, transcendently durable body. Realizing that standard sniping was ineffective, the archers lowered their bows with pale faces. This is the dignity of a legion commander. Moreover, this wasn't the end. Thud! 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 Shaking the ground, giant zombie monsters appeared one after another behind the Flame Giant King. Observers screamed reports from all directions as they confirmed the appearance of named monsters. Report. Multiple Legion commander-level entities are emerging. Not only the Flame Giant King, the Cerberus and Orthrus of the Hellhound Legion have appeared. Squid Snail Legion Commander, entity name Maelstrom, confirmed. The Wingless Cicada Lord is leading its swarm, and following are 10 Horns, Bride Devourer, 1,000 Legs. They keep appearing. The last ones are the Legion commanders of the Rhino, Mantis, and Centipede Legions. After the regular zombie monsters were culled by fire and explosions at the previous defensive lines, finally, all sorts of Legion commanders emerged and took the lead. This is an all-star lineup. I clicked my tongue as I surveyed the impressive assembly. One would think this was the final stage, right? Thud, 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 thud. The parade of Legion commander-level entities crushed through the party halls and crossfire zone. Even if zombified, they all possess boss-level specs. It's difficult to inflict significant damage with standard artillery or ballista shots. And there's an unusually high number of them. At least 10, perhaps more. Grrr. La Mancha flew in again, pouring the cure over their heads. Despite being drenched in undiluted cure, whether due to some Legion commander buff or the parasites in their brains also being boss level, they continued advancing, unaffected by the cure. The soldiers paled at the rapidly closing distance between us and the monsters. Stick to the plan. I encouraged the soldiers. Ignore the Legion commander-level zombies. Focus on culling the rest. Why, yes, sir. Fire. Fire. Pour the barrage. At my command, the soldiers deftly adjusted their aim, intentionally avoiding the Legion commander-level monsters and pouring firepower on the rest. One of the advantages of bombardment is the splash damage. It delivers area-wide impact at the point of impact. The zombies following behind the robust Legion commanders began to explode one after another. Regular zombie monsters started to get culled again. The problem was the advancing horde of Legion commanders. Unleashing such a number of Legion commander-level entities at once, it's either merciless or lacking in balance. Unfair and shitty, but what can we do? I grinned as I turned to my side. Life is always like this. Isn't that right, Damien? Indeed, Your Highness. Damien, who grinned back, sat at his assigned modified ballista gunner's seat. And overcoming such ordeals is also what life is about. Well said. My sniper. Click, click, click. As Damien prepared the ballista for firing, priests and alchemists loaded special rounds into the modified ballista. Special rounds were large arrows with a head filled with a mysterious liquid. We sprayed diluted cure at first, then administered the undiluted cure. So what's next? It's concentrated special cure, Monsters Dash. This is the highest grade special concentrated cure made by working our temple priests, alchemists, spiritists, and even King Poseidon to the bone. Only a few are available on this front. Treat them diligently, Damien. Yes, sir. Damien meticulously adjusted the firing angle of the modified ballista. Then he imbued the rounds with his magic power. Knowing Damien's skills, I could recognize the craftsmanship he put into the rounds. On the outside of the rounds, Magic Bullet of Annihilation. Inside the rounds, Magic Bullet of Healing. He combined 2 types of magic bullets into one round. Magic Bullet of Annihilation increases the penetration power of the round, and Magic Bullet of Healing enhances the effectiveness of the cure. Damien, his large brown eyes flashing, placed his hand on the trigger. Firing dash. Without hesitation, Damien pulled the trigger. Thud dash. With a short, intense echo, the modified ballista fired the special round. Scree. The round flew straight towards the Flame Giant King's forehead. The Flame Giant King swung its massive hand to block the special round. But did I mention that I possess farsight? The special round, curving mysteriously and altering its trajectory, narrowly slipped through the Flame Giant King's fingers, thunk, and pierced through the Flame Giant King's eye, embedding itself into its head. Chapter 747. Aya! A desperate scream erupted from the Flame Giant King's mouth. The special concentrated zombie cure had pierced through its eye and lodged directly into its brain. The giant parasite inside, allergic to the cure, must have been in immense pain. Unable to withstand the concentrated cure, the gigantic parasite burst out from the Flame Giant King's head. The Flame Giant King's zombified state was instantly cured, and the surrounding zombie minions turned their glowing eyes towards it and attacked. Growling, growl dash. Various zombies clung to the Flame Giant King's back. The Flame Giant King exhaled flames and fiercely swung its arms. Smash! The zombies attached to it were turned into a pulp. Just moments ago, the Flame Giant King had been killing its cured subordinates. Now, the situation was reversed, with the cured Flame Giant King killing other zombies. Arg! Spewing flames from its entire body, the Flame Giant King turned all the zombies in the area into ashes. And towards this Flame Giant King, gra dash, screech, other zombie Nightmare Legion commanders charged, emitting all sorts of terrifying sounds. The hellhounds Cerberus and Orthrus bit into the Giant King's legs, the tentacle snail wrapped its body around it, and the mantis, rhino, centipede, and other monsters took turns attacking. The Flame Giant King, resisting for a while, was eventually torn apart and crushed. Although the Flame Giant King was a prominent named monster, it couldn't hold out long against the combined assault of equally powerful monsters. Thud! Thud! The shattered body of the Giant King collapsed to the ground. But it had bought enough time. Damien, keep firing. Yes, sir. Damien continued to fire the special rounds in succession. Thud! Thud! Thud dash! With heavy firing sounds, the special rounds containing concentrated cure tore through the air. The 3 fired rounds successively hit the heads of the Rhino Legion Commander 10 Horns, the Mantis Legion Commander Bride Devourer, and the Centipede Legion Commander 1,000 Legs. Thud! 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 Greyerg! With the parasites expelled, the 3 monsters roared fiercely. Next, the zombified and cured Legion commanders glared at each other and clashed. Boom! They began to tear into each other with immense ferocity. 10 Horns was a gigantic rhino with 10 massive horns, which it used to smash everything around it. Roar! With a massive roar, the rhino's horns impaled other zombies. Blood from the monsters splattered everywhere. Slash! Slash! Next, the Mantis Legion Commander, Bride Devourer, swung its gigantic scythe-like forelegs in all directions. Its name came from the fact that it beheaded and devoured its mates after mating. With each swing of the terrifying mantis's forelegs, nearby zombies were sliced apart. Finally, 1,000 Legs. As its name suggests, this gigantic arthropod monster, a colossal centipede, had endless legs. Even when cut, slashed, or severed, it moved separately, discarded damaged segments, and rejoined the remaining parts. It was a robust and disgusting monster. The colossal centipede wrapped its long, massive body around other zombies, crushing and bursting them. Wah! People on the fortress walls cheered loudly at this terrifying scene. The meticulously prepared strategy was working. It was a moment of joy. Success, Your Highness! The Legion-level monsters are fighting each other. Damien shouted excitedly. As Damien said, although it was a somewhat gruesome and horrible sight, the Monster Legion commanders were entangled in a deadly battle. The Rhino 10 Horns and the Hellhounds Cerberus and Orthrus rolled on the ground, fighting each other. The mantis bride devourers scythe-like forelegs repeatedly sliced the slimy body of the tentacle snail Maelstrom. The centipede thousand legs and the wingless cicada lord engaged in a fierce melee, causing massive tremors in the ground. The sight of the massive named monsters entangled and causing chaos was itself a spectacle. It resembled a reenactment of a mythological era. The other zombies caught in the middle of this colossal clash were crushed one after another. The battlefield of the Monster Legion commanders became a new flesh wall, and the zombies couldn't pass through. Good. If we can maintain this situation, if we could make them keep attacking each other, depleting their own forces, we could manage this battle stably, just as I was thinking that. Thud! The air trembled. From the rear end of the countless zombie monster lines, an eerie, ominous presence spread out widely. I turned to look. Goosebumps all over my body. There stood Cromwell, who had not shown herself since the start of the battle. Standing on all fours like a giant reindeer, the demonic guardian commander had transformed. No, she got bigger? She had grown larger, more massive than at the start of the battle. And, as I observed her crouching, munch, munch, she was eating the bodies of other monsters. From the southern plains of Crossroad to the long, wide battlefield stretching across the three-party hall zones, Cromwell had been slowly following the rear, voraciously devouring every fallen monster corpse. While feasting on the monster corpses, Cromwell slowly raised her head. Her empty, blood-soaked eyes stared at me. A sinister green aura flickered like starlight from the antlers of the flesh-eating reindeer. Damn? I trembled. It's not uncommon for a boss to power up by absorbing their fallen subordinates. I've encountered and defeated both blood-sucking monsters and cannibalistic creatures before. But why? Cromwell felt different. More ominous, more horrifying. In the game, she was just a high-spec Legion commander who fought similarly to humans. How did she turn into this, Cromwell? I realized instinctively. Cromwell must not be allowed to eat anymore. She must not grow any bigger. I urgently ordered Damien. Damien, fire the remaining special rounds. Target the rest of the zombified Monster Legion commanders.
Understood.
Damien, momentarily frozen, quickly complied with my order. He fired all the remaining special rounds from the modified ballista. Thud, thud, thud dash. The special rounds embedded themselves into the heads of the remaining zombie Monster Legion commanders. Cerberus, Orthrus, Maelstrom, and the wingless cicada lord, all were cured of their zombification. The Monster Legion commanders, who had been fighting to the death just moments ago, suddenly stopped. And simultaneously, they turned to face the enormous reindeer slowly approaching them. Greyerg Dash, the one who had zombified them and turned their legions into walking corpses. Cromwell, the enraged Monster Legion commanders all charged at once, pounding the ground. With fierce roars, all the horrific monsters rushed towards Cromwell. The rhino, the mantis, the centipede, the hellhounds, the tentacle snail, the wingless cicada, their eyes filled with hatred. These mighty monsters, capable of destroying the world, charged with clear intent to kill. And then, crunch, they were devoured. Cromwell's mouth opened unnaturally wide, like a dislocated jaw, and she swallowed Cerberus, the leader, whole. The three-headed hellhound, swallowed up to its upper body, furiously kicked and resisted. Crunch! When Cromwell finally bit down, all three heads were simultaneously torn off, and the hellhound stopped moving. Munch, munch. As Cromwell chewed slowly, a sticky, slimy aura spread from her like a swamp. Orthrus, the second-in-command of the Hellhound Legion and subordinate to Cerberus, tried to flee in the face of its leader's death. But, something long and tentacle-like extended from Cromwell's side, wrapping around Orthrus' entire body, and pulled it in, swallowing it whole. Crunch! 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 The sound of chewing and swallowing echoed. From Cromwell's side, giant teeth-like structures moved like a crusher, swallowing the hellhound monster. My God! Everyone froze watching this scene. Munch, munch, munch. Cromwell proceeded to devour the remaining Monster Legion commanders one by one. 10 horns, Bride Devourer, 1,000 legs, Maelstrom, and the wingless Cicada Lord. All of them, they resisted fiercely but in vain. They were captured by the countless tentacles sprouting from Cromwell's body, pulled in, and either torn apart by the newly formed teeth or chewed up by the reindeer's head. Before long, all the Monster Legion commanders remaining on the battlefield were devoured by Cromwell. Even after devouring such a large number of colossal monsters, Cromwell didn't seem satisfied. She raised her head. Whum! Her gigantic antlers emitted a green glow, and the ominous wave spread across the entire battlefield. The remaining zombies, who had been advancing towards us, all turned and walked towards Cromwell. They quietly lay down in front of her one by one, as if offering themselves as live sacrifices, orderly one by one, and Cromwell began to meticulously devour these zombies one by one. The massive reindeer's entire body was now rippling with long tentacles and numerous teeth. The tentacles and teeth moved incessantly, continuously devouring the zombies. Can't it just stay a pure zombie apocalypse? I ground my teeth at this apocalyptic, nightmarish scene. Instead of turning into a mutated creature horror show, well, the two genres are closely related, but still. Chapter 748. Wriggle, wriggle. The tentacles sprouting from the massive reindeer-like Cromwell pulsated. It looks like the parasites we saw before. The tentacles resembled the zombie parasites that Rosetta had extracted and shown. It was as if these parasites were enlarged and attached haphazardly without any design considerations. Snap, snap. At the same time, the giant teeth that had grown all over Cromwell's body snapped together, making a chilling bone-cracking sound. The teeth moved like a crushing press at regular intervals. But the issue was that these teeth were growing all over Cromwell's body. They clacked incessantly, as if demanding more food. Gore, arg. The bloated body of the Monster Legion commander was filled with those massive teeth and tentacles. The teeth consumed, and the tentacles assisted. The entire body was designed solely for devouring something. The battlefield had fallen silent. The remaining zombies on the extended battlefield were either killed by our firepower or died in mutual destruction. Their corpses were completely devoured by Cromwell. If they were going to end up like this, they should have just stayed underground and eaten each other. I grumbled inwardly, but I vaguely understood the reason. Cromwell had used this battlefield itself as a sacrificial altar. She had taken the lives offered on this altar as sacrifices. Randomly devouring each other wouldn't have fully utilized the effect of the sacrifices, but this method allowed her to completely absorb the spiritual and physical essence of her subordinates. Truly a demonic way of thinking. Thud, thud, thud. To prove this point, Cromwell's body continued to grow in real time, swelling into a massive mountain-like form. With no more corpses left to eat, Cromwell finally began to slowly march towards Crossroad. I licked my dry lips. My mind raced. Cromwell didn't appear like this in the game, but this doomsday feast had long deviated from its game incarnation. Complaining about it was pointless. What mattered was how to deal with this monster. That's all. How to protect the world. That's all. Rhea arg. As Cromwell slowly approached, she raised her head and let out a high, ear-piercing roar. The antlers on the monster's head, demonic in shape, gleamed with an ominous green power. They looked like trees swaying. A moving mountain of corpses with a tree planted on top. Thud dash. In an instant, Cromwell, having kicked off the ground, began to charge at the fortress wall. She used not only her 4 legs but also her tentacles to run. The grotesque tentacles on her body gripped the ground, propelling her forward with movements reminiscent of cephalopods like an octopus or squid. Fire! Shoot! Shoot dash! The soldiers on the wall responded as if they had been waiting. Boom! 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 Hundreds of cannons and ballistae unleashed their firepower simultaneously. The barrage formed a literal cross on Cromwell's body, exploding continuously in a spectacular display of fire and destruction. However, damn it! It's not working. A translucent green barrier enveloped the monster's body. It was probably a protective magic created by those massive antlers. Ordinary physical attacks couldn't penetrate it. Keep firing. Yes, sir. At my command, the soldiers persisted with the bombardment, and I shouted to the side. Damien. Yes, sir. Damien had finished loading the last special round, and I nodded. Damien's brown eyes gleamed as he pulled the trigger. Thumb. The final special round containing the concentrated cure shot out from the modified ballista, slicing through the air towards the monster's head amidst the barrage of explosions. Zap! The green barrier flashed, seemingly holding off the special round. Boom! 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 The preceding crossfire shook the barrier. No matter how sturdy the protective magic was, the simultaneous barrage of hundreds of cannons and ballistae would create a moment of instability. And Damien had aimed precisely for that moment. Shatter! With a sound like glass breaking, the special round penetrated the barrier. The arrow part of the special round burned away instantly, but the warhead, as if alive, twisted its way through, thwack, and lodged into one of Cromwell's eyes. Hit! The scouts and soldiers watching cheered in unison. The special rounds that had effectively neutralized the zombie monster commanders earlier were believed to work again. But Damien and I remained focused, staring ahead. As expected. Thud! 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 Cromwell didn't stop. She kept charging at the fortress wall. Suppressed groans escaped the soldiers' clenched teeth. The zombie cure didn't work on Cromwell. The creature was essentially the parasite itself or its master, so injecting a cure for the parasite was useless. Even considering that, it's still running despite losing an eye and having something lodged in its brain. Just as I grumbled inwardly. From the wound in Cromwell's eye, something wriggled and seeped out. It was small tentacles. Soon, like a dam bursting, tentacles poured out from the eye socket, hardening and turning white. It looked as if antlers were sprouting from inside the eye. TCH. A very dynamic response indeed. I clicked my tongue and waved my hand. Artillery, cease fire. Fall back. Cease fire. Cease fire. Fall back. At the command, the artillerymen and archers swiftly retreated behind the fortress wall in practiced motions. Everyone else, prepare for combat. Combat ready. Combat ready. Damien dismounted from the modified ballista and armed himself with his magic rifles. Not just Damien, but all the heroes and soldiers who had been watching the battle stepped forward, ready for combat. Thud! 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 Cromwell was close. The vibrations from her legs and tentacles pounding the ground were transmitted through the earth, shaking our shoulders on the fortress wall. Hold! But I took no action, merely staring down the approaching creature. The heroes and soldiers glanced at me nervously. I ignored them and shouted. Hold! Gulp! Gulp! Dry swallows echoed from the heroes and soldiers. The monster was almost upon us. Just a few steps, just a few seconds before it would slam into the wall. But I remained still, shouting. Hold! Thud! Cromwell, right before the wall, prepared to ram into it with great force. Some of the soldiers, unable to bear it, tightly closed their eyes. The heroes gripped their weapons and shields tightly. Cries of suppressed terror erupted. Sweat-soaked stares pierced my back. But I said, trust me, hold your ground. Stay combat ready. And Cromwell slammed her massive body into the wall. Boom! A tremendous shockwave, explosion, and vibration shook the ground. Some soldiers instinctively raised their arms to protect their heads. They assumed that being hit directly by the giant monster would break the wall and cause mass casualties. But everything was intact. The soldiers who had closed their eyes and covered their heads hesitantly lowered their arms and opened their eyes. Wah! They gasped, looking up. The other heroes and soldiers, as well as I, followed suit. Zap, zap. A black barrier enveloped the fortress wall and protected us. Indeed, the monster wasn't the only one with a barrier. The new Crossroad Fortress, Nightbringer, also possessed a top-tier barrier. A magical barrier extended from our fortress wall, shielding us from Cromwell's barrier and her charge. Rhea Arg! Cromwell strained, pushing with her massive body, but the Black Dragon Fortress stood firm like a mountain. Barrier at maximum output, Your Highness. We've stopped the enemy monster commander's charge. But Lily, reporting to me, looked slightly upset as she shouted the rest of the report. This wall still doesn't listen to us. Vroom! As if waiting for her words, the 9 black dragon power cores inside the wall resonated simultaneously. And then, zap, 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 zap. With a crackling sound, they began to consume Cromwell's green barrier. Cromwell flinched and tried to pull back, but it was too late. Hhhhk. Like a seasoned soldier disarming an enemy, the Black Dragon Fortress smoothly absorbed Cromwell's barrier. Phew! Despite the tense situation, I couldn't help but whistle. This was the special ability of the new Crossroad Fortress. Nightbringer could steal and use the enemy's defensive measures. The effect was temporary, but its performance was insanely good. Alright, great. Really great. But I trembled with excitement. What a bad personality. This black dragon. Look at this natural act of plundering. Even in death, it had such a rogue mentality. This ability couldn't be activated at our will. The fortress did it on its own when it felt like it. Despite being classified as a special artifact, most of its abilities were random activations. What kind of fortress is this? Anyway, it's effective. Cromwell, her charge halted and her barrier stolen, stumbled back. Oh no, where do you think you're going? We finish this now. I turned and shouted. All mages dash. The strategic weapons of our side, having completed their assigned spell castings, nodded at me. I extended my arm forward, nodding back. Give her a taste of this. Yes, Sir Dash. The next moment, swoom dash. A dazzling array of magical lights lit up the fortress wall. First, Junior's elemental disintegration distorted the space, severely reducing Cromwell's magical defense, followed by boom, boom, boom. A relentless magical barrage from the mages rained down on Cromwell. Chapter 749. Boom! The mages' magical barrage struck Cromwell with full force. Waves of colored magical energy spread out, melting and crushing Cromwell's entire body. Grah! Cromwell groaned and staggered backward, hit by the barrage of spells for the first time. Now is our chance while her defenses are down. I extended my arm and shouted. Pour all our firepower into her. Shoot dash. Yes, Sir Dash. Shoot. Give it everything we've got dash. The mages, who had been charging their magic all this time, unleashed their spells without holding back, casting group spells. Artifacts installed on the main wall of Crossroad, behind the Black Dragon Fortress wall, also belatedly unleashed their defensive magic. Sniper heroes like Damien, along with the artillery that had momentarily retreated, rushed back and fired at Cromwell. Sword energy, arrows, holy power, and spirits. Even the various defense towers I had summoned. Every attack method we could muster at this range was unleashed. Boom! 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 With the barrier stolen by Nightbringer, and her magical defenses shattered by elemental disintegration, Cromwell had no way to fully withstand the damage. No matter how many lives Cromwell had devoured to grow massive, under such conditions, damage would pierce deep into her core. Grah, arg! Cromwell roared continuously in pain. Her massively swollen body splattered blood, and the horns that had grown endlessly shattered and splintered. The tentacles that had spread out wildly also burned and shriveled pitifully. Thud, thud, thud. The barrier had been neutralized, and the magical defenses shattered for only a few dozen seconds. But a few dozen seconds was more than enough to turn the tide of battle. As Cromwell pulled back, trying to protect herself with hundreds of tentacles and shake off the elemental disintegration. Effect: the monster had already suffered irreparable damage. Thud, thud, thud. Blood and fluids poured from Cromwell's body, drenching the ground as she barely managed to put some distance between herself and the wall. The monster glared at us, frothy blood bubbling from between her jaws. At this point, I sensed victory. Although we had exchanged only a single round of attacks, that round had proven a lot. We had ample means to cut through her defenses and counterattack, while Cromwell lacked a way to bring down our wall. This is the essence of a siege defense. To overcome a well-fortified fortress, the attackers must possess means that surpass the fortress's defenses. But did Cromwell have such means? Could she breach the Black Dragon wall? She might still have more tricks up her sleeve, but surpassing the Black Dragon's defense would be beyond her power. Even though it's a pointless thought, if Cromwell had appeared in her original form, leading the original demonic guard corps, she might have devised a way to breach the fortress. They fought like humans, with physical specs superior to humans, as a military. They might have set up a camp far off, waiting for the Black Dragon wall's magical supply to be cut off, and bombarded us with superior demonic artillery. But they had all become zombies, and this monstrous Cromwell, which had devoured the zombie horde, had no way to breach this high wall. So what will you do, monster? What's your next move? Cromwell, wrapping her body with tentacles to shield herself from our attacks, paused to regroup. As I watched her, various simulations ran through my mind. The attack methods possessed by the demonic guard corps, the special abilities of the monsters Cromwell had devoured. No matter what attack you use, I'll block it. On this fortified wall, I'm above you. In the end, this was a siege defense. A defense game played on a battlefield favorable to the defenders, the wall, and the fortress. No matter what attack you use, I'll break your thrusts again and again. Ah! And then, arg dash. Cromwell opened her mouth wide, emitting an incomprehensible roar with a distorted voice. Boom! She kicked off the ground, and began charging at the Black Dragon wall again. I was taken aback. Charging again? Trying to ram it with her body again? Is she pulling out a new card? No, she's not. There's nothing new. Without any noticeable magical movement or new special abilities, Cromwell was simply running straight at the wall again. Why? I broke out in a cold sweat. It's a monster, a nightmare creature driven to kill the humans in front of it. I've seen countless monsters slam into walls, knowing they couldn't break through, smashing their own heads. But there's one strange thing. This thing isn't stupid. It wouldn't repeat an ineffective attack. That's right. Cromwell had reason. Though she had died and been revived, clearly in a maddened state, she had regained her reason through the demonic ritual of devouring sacrifices. This had been confirmed in reports from Diarmuiden and others. Cromwell wasn't stupid. She surely knew she couldn't break through this wall with a bodily charge. Yet she charged again, knowing it wouldn't work, preparing to counterattack. Pour it on dash. While I struggled to grasp the enemy's intentions, my heroes preemptively launched their attacks. Once more, elemental disintegration shattered her defenses, and our various attacks rained down on her. Blood, flesh, and bones flew. The monster's entire body crumbled. Though not enough to take her down in one blow, the damage was undoubtedly accumulating. Cromwell foolishly charged straight again, making it easier for us to counter. If this continued, we'd win without incident. But I felt chills watching Cromwell's seemingly reckless charge. Her flickering green gaze locked onto mine. In that moment, I was sure. This thing is up to something. She's planning something strange. Damien! I called out to the sniper, and Damien immediately equipped Black Queen and took aim. Orders, Your Highness. Where should I shoot? Shoot her head. I stopped mid-sentence. Thud, thud, thud dash. Cromwell's stride towards the wall was different from before. She wasn't just running. She was gaining momentum. She was adjusting her steps, gathering strength in her legs to leap. Leap for what? To slam the wall with more force? No way. I alternated my gaze between the charging giant and our wall, estimating the height. No way. Is she trying to jump over the wall? The Black Dragon wall was taller than the original Crossroad wall, much taller than Cromwell. And Cromwell wasn't a light deer. She was more like a mountain of corpses that had swelled to its limit. No matter how agile she couldn't possibly leap over this wall. No monster had ever tried to leap over the wall directly before. That's why she's doing it. I was certain. Attempting what no one had done before. None of the many monster commanders trying to breach this wall had attempted this. And so Cromwell would. Because she was once the commander of the demonic guard corps, not just a zombie monster. As the commander leading an assault on the human world. To win, she must take an unprecedented path. She's trying to jump over the wall dash. Prepare to intercept. By any means, I shouted, glancing at Damien. Damien had already adjusted Black Queen into railgun mode, ready to fire. If it were a regular zombie monster, targeting the head would be correct. But I remembered how tentacles had burst from Cromwell's skull and hardened into antlers. Most likely, even if the head was destroyed, she would keep moving. So, shoot her legs off, Damien. Yes, sir. Damien quickly adjusted his aim. 7 magic bullets from Black Queen converged in midair, aligned on the extended rail, and then, boom, fired. The projectile flew straight, obliterating 2 of Cromwell's right legs as she ran. Cromwell stumbled. The right front and hind legs were blown off at the joints. Losing balance, Cromwell began to topple sideways. Nice shot, Damien. We'd stopped her charge. Briefly celebrating, I suddenly saw, whoosh, Cromwell's tentacles, sprouting from all over her body, struck the ground, turning all the tentacles she had been using to shield herself from the barrage into makeshift legs. Cromwell kept running at the wall with even more ferocity. This insane bastard! No barrier with magical defenses shattered. She had repurposed all her defensive tentacles to move, absorbing the full brunt of our firepower with her body. The massive monster's body was riddled with wounds. Flesh was torn and mangled, bones shattered and scattered. Yet Cromwell kept running, as if she felt no pain, like a true zombie. Whoosh! Despite being battered by countless spells and attacks, Cromwell reached the wall and gathered strength in her legs. The tentacles bulged fiercely. And then, boom! Creating a huge crater where she had kicked off, Cromwell soared into the air like a rocket. Maybe she had poured all her life force into this one jump, as her tentacles burst and sprayed blood everywhere. But that allowed her to leap high. Everyone stared in shock as the monster loomed overhead. All the defenses we had prepared. This sturdy wall, the well-trained elites, the facilities, the artifacts, and the final line of defense. The monster had leaped over them, rendering them powerless. I'll stop you, dash. Thud. Whoosh. I planted the flagpole into the ground, summoning a magical barrier while activating the Imperial Seal Ring to gather and convert human willpower into physical force. The gray magical barrier mixed with the white power of human will and formed atop the Black Dragon wall. The massive hand-like barrier shot up into the sky. I extended my arm with all my strength, using the barrier responsive to my will to grasp Cromwell's body. And, got it. In midair, the barrier I had summoned succeeded in capturing Cromwell's lower body. Hold her. Take her down, dash. The mages and heroes on the wall relentlessly fired upon Cromwell. Hanging momentarily in the air, Cromwell was hit by all our desperate attacks, becoming a bloody mess, shredded to pieces. That's right. Shredded. Rip. Cromwell twisted her body, tearing off her lower half held by my barrier. She continued to endure our magic and attacks and cleared the wall. Thud. Crash. Blood and flesh scattered as the mangled zombie monster leaped over the wall and fell inside Crossroad. Chapter 750. Typically, monsters instinctively prioritize attacking the humans in front of them. Thus, the soldiers on the walls serve both as defenders and a kind of bait. This principle has allowed Crossroad to endure as humanity's last line of defense. Intelligent monsters, capable of tactics, have tried various methods to destroy the city. They have targeted weak points in the walls or used overwhelming force to break through. However, charging headlong into our firepower, sacrificing themselves to break through, was a first. A moment of silence followed. Cromwell had leaped over the wall, an unprecedented feat. The wall was not only tall but also wide, extending from the front Black Dragon wall to the original Crossroad wall, spanning the width of a small river. Cromwell had leaped over all of it. Of course, the damage the monster sustained in the process was immense. Without a barrier or magical defenses, she took the full brunt of our firepower. Moreover, she used her own life force to propel her massive body over the wall. Inside Crossroad, Cromwell lay in a mangled, shredded state, barely distinguishable from a corpse. Normally, such a reckless attempt would result in the monster's death. However, the problem was, she was a zombie. Wriggle. The shredded flesh of the monster heaved violently. A thick, white steam rose from her pulverized body. Tentacles, lying limp, began to twitch, gripping the ground, and countless teeth clacked together, gnashing at the air. And then, rip, rip, Cromwell, once a massive reindeer or stag-like creature, began to split apart along the lines of the wounds we had inflicted. The chunks of flesh staggered, each taking a step and standing. Parts of the antlers, individual tentacles, and the gnashing teeth formed. Grotesque, monstrous versions of Cromwell's fragmented body began to walk, their limbs trembling. They opened their gnashing jaws, emitting eerie sounds. Ah, 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 arg, ah, 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 rip, rip. Countless monsters began pouring out of Cromwell's body. Humanoid forms, dog-like forms, rhinos, mantises, centipedes, grotesque masses of flesh with gnashing teeth, emitting distorted voices, and flailing tentacles spread out in all directions. The artillerymen and mages on the Black Dragon wall desperately attacked, but due to the old Crossroad wall, their angles were not optimal. Moreover, the sheer number of emerging monsters meant a few shots wouldn't suffice. These disgusting creatures! I ground my teeth, watching the monsters stagger and spread into the city, really causing trouble. Fortunately, Crossroad is a fortress city. The monsters breached the southern wall and entered the city. However, this doesn't mean the end of humanity's last line of defense. Crossroad is fortified on all four sides. The monsters had essentially trapped themselves within walls. Everyone dash! I shouted to the soldiers and heroes, stunned by the unexpected situation. Regroup and move to the northern, eastern, and western walls of Crossroad. Reinforce the defenses. As long as we hold the outer walls, the monsters inside can't escape. Block the exits and take them down one by one. Don't panic. The civilians had already been evacuated from Crossroad. By sealing off the city and methodically eliminating the trapped monsters, we could still defend the human world's entrance. We still held the advantage. Move quickly. Defend the other walls before the monsters break out. I commanded, extending my arm. Dash! 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 The heroes and soldiers on the wall began running with all their might. Lucas quickly organized which units should move where and issued orders, ensuring the soldiers relocated without confusion. Protect the walls at all costs. We must stop them. Yes, Sir Dash. Some heroes and soldiers ran, while others used magic or other means to fly to their positions. Watching the coordinated movements of our forces amidst the chaos, I bit my lip. We're still okay. We can still fight safely. I had aimed to avoid close combat in this battle, using long-range firepower to defeat the monsters. The reason was obvious. The monsters were zombies. A single bite could cause infection. In the worst-case scenario, our own could become the enemy, forcing us to eliminate them ourselves. That's why I hadn't deployed Kraken or Jormungandr earlier. Using close combat specialists risked them being bitten and turning into zombies. Though the defensive area has expanded, Cromwell and her spawn are undoubtedly weakened. We just need to hold the walls and intercept those trying to escape Crossroad. However, this containment plan had one significant problem. There are still people inside the city. Even if civilians were evacuated, non-combat personnel remained. Priests, alchemists, laborers, cooks, supply soldiers, not civilians but individuals who could easily fall victim to the monsters. I glared at the monstrous spawns pouring out of Cromwell's body and spreading through the city. Like insects swarming from a broken nest, the tangled masses of flesh burrowed into every corner of the city. If we surrendered the interior to the monsters and focused solely on defending the walls, we could safely use firepower to eliminate the threat, sacrificing the non-combat personnel inside. But, do you think I'd do that? Even in this dire situation, I decided to be greedy. Before the city was overrun with monsters, I would rescue every non-combat personnel. Quickly formulating a plan in my mind, I turned to the side. Damien. Yes, sir. Having just fired the Black Queen and rolled back, Damien promptly stood by my side. The sniper heroes gathered behind him. I issued my command to Damien and the snipers. Take positions on the towers near the walls and survey the entire city. Yes, sir. Monitor for any monsters trying to escape and rescue any allies in danger within the city. I'm counting on you. Leave it to us, Your Highness. Damien quickly gestured, and the sniper heroes followed him. Next, I called Lucas, who had just finished issuing orders for the troop redeployment. Lucas. Yes, my lord. Fire a signal flare. Alert everyone to the emergency and direct all remaining personnel inside the city to move towards the walls. Understood. As Lucas prepared the signal flare, I turned to the elite heroes still on standby. They knew what I was about to ask of them. I need you to handle a difficult task. Using map creation, I quickly identified the locations of the remaining non-combat personnel in the city. Enter the city, rescue the non-combat personnel before the monsters reach them, and bring them out. Can you do it? No one said a word. They simply looked at me with unwavering eyes. I nodded heavily. Good. I'll assign each of you a specific location. Enter the city, rescue the people, and get them out. Avoid combat and focus on survival and rescue. I allocated the rescue missions based on the heroes' mobility and combat capabilities, covering the various groups of non-combat personnel scattered throughout the city. The moment the orders were given, the heroes leaped into action, heading into the city without hesitation. Lastly, the farthest and most difficult rescue operation. I clicked my tongue as I confirmed the final location. The old barracks housing retired and injured soldiers. It's in the center of the city. This included Chain, Hecate, and others who couldn't participate in combat but had no place to go outside Crossroad. Normally, being in the city center would have been one of the safest places, but now it was the most dangerous. Who will rescue them? I glanced at Lucas. Lucas lowered his bright blue eyes, deep in thought. Finally, he spoke in a dry voice. Aarg. Aarg dash. Emitting meaningless screams, the grotesque masses of flesh traversed the city. The monsters indiscriminately captured any living beings within the city, shoving them between their gnashing teeth and devouring them. From livestock to small rats, nothing in their path retained its form, torn apart and consumed. The retired soldiers hiding in the barracks watched in silence. Chain trembled, her face drenched in sweat. What the hell are those things doing in Crossroad? Did the wall fall? That's unlikely. A signal flare went up just a moment ago. Hecate glanced skyward. It seems these monsters somehow got over the wall, but our forces are still fighting. The signal flare is a call for all survivors to move towards the wall. Move towards the wall? How the hell are we supposed to do that? That was the problem. The distance from the barracks to the wall was considerable. Even if it wasn't too far normally, it was an impossible distance for the retired, often injured soldiers here. Chain grabbed her crutch, swallowing curses. She could move, albeit with difficulty, but some of the retired soldiers had no legs or were bedridden. How could they possibly make it to the wall through those monsters? Thud! Suddenly, the door to the barracks shook violently. The retired soldiers peeked through the windows and saw monsters swarming the entrance. Thud! Thud! Crack! The barracks door was ripped off and fell to the ground. The masses of flesh, emitting suffocating screams, staggered into the barracks. The retired soldiers turned pale, looking at each other in a cold sweat. Schling, Hecate and the 4 other glory knights drew their weapons from their sheaths. We can't escape on our own. Everyone, gather in the large room. Block the door and build barricades. Hold out until the rescue team arrives. What? But there were already over 100 monsters inside the barracks. How could they hold out in such a situation? We'll create a distraction. Hecate exchanged glances with the other glory knights and gave a bitter smile. We're still useful for at least that much. Chapter 751. The glory knights are no longer able to fight as soldiers. However, volunteering as bait, Hecate thought. Everyone else is in pain too. Not being able to move properly, not being able to fight properly, is the same for all the retired soldiers staying here. But there is one crucial difference between the other soldiers and the glory knights. We have nowhere to go back to. No hometown, no family, nothing left. Even the small remaining ties were deliberately severed. The glory knights were an order adjusted to serve and die solely for the emperor. If Ash hadn't forcibly held them back, they would have inevitably left this place, melted into the shadows of the world, and disappeared without a trace. But others are different from us. Chain is a prime example. As a wizard whose lifespan is over and who has lost all his comrades, he claims he has nowhere to return to and is dithering here, but in fact, doesn't he have a wife and daughter back in his hometown? And now a grandchild has been born. They are different from us. They have people and places to return to. If someone has to die, it should be us, the Empire's ghosts who have nothing. So, the Glory Knights volunteered to lure the monstrous creatures pouring into the barracks, forcibly stuffing those who opposed into rooms on the 2nd floor, and carefully descended to the 1st floor of the barracks. Ah, 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 ah. The creatures, with their teeth chattering, wriggled and poured into the barracks. The Glory Knights exchanged glances. Having worked together for so long, they quickly reached a consensus. We need to lure as many creatures as possible out of the barracks, so that as few creatures as possible remain inside, so that the gathered retired soldiers can hold out as long as possible. The World Guardian Front never abandons its comrades. Commander Ash will definitely send a rescue team this time too. So, until then, the Glory Knights will draw as much attention as possible. Now! Signaled by Hecate, the first to rush out, the remaining Glory Knights scattered and ran in all directions. Even though the curse had drained away, rendering them unable to fight properly as soldiers anymore, they were still the elite among elites, the knights among knights known as the Glory Knights. Luring these foolish creatures is no difficult task. The 5 Glory Knights surveyed the barracks, then each ran in different directions, and the monstrous creatures, with their bizarre cries, chased after them. Good. We've lured most of the creatures inside the barracks out. If they continued to lead the creatures and keep running, they could buy enough time. Just as Hecate thought this. Ah! Ah! One creature far off trembled violently, shwayak, and suddenly extended its tentacles from the middle of its body. It was an entirely unexpected attack, and they had lost the ability to respond to such ambushes. Ugh! Hecate was helplessly caught by the tentacle wrapping around her neck. As Hecate choked and struggled, other creatures closed in, each spewing tentacles to bind Hecate's hands and feet. Damn! What the? Hecate wasn't the only one. All the Glory Knights, who had each tried to escape in different directions, were bound and struggling against the creature's sudden tentacle attack. Dozens of tentacles bound Hecate, as the creatures slowly closed in. Ugh! With her vision blurring due to lack of air, Hecate sensed the end was near. She had no regrets about life. But, when this battle is over, how about we go on a date? Lucas's face suddenly came to mind, making such a proposal. The first time he asked me out. Without finding out what he really meant, she was gonna die like this. She fleetingly wondered if, like a prince in a fairy tale, he might come to rescue her. If it wasn't wartime, of course, I would drop everything and run to save you. But now, I am the bodyguard of the Lord and the adjutant of the frontline commander. I have a duty to protect my position. That blunt voice simultaneously echoed in her ears. With a bitter smile, Hecate slowly closed her eyes. Seriously, I never had any luck with men. The creatures drew closer, baring their teeth and lunging at Hecate. And at that moment, flash dash, a dazzling flash of light erupted in the sky. Immediately after, a beam of light struck the ground, hitting the creatures binding Hecate with their tentacles. They screeched and fell back. The tentacles loosened. Barely able to breathe, Hecate looked up at the sky with blurred vision. Who? Could it be that Lucas noticed her plight and really came to save her? But it wasn't a prince from a fairy tale who appeared. Get down, dash! With a blinding lightning bolt, Jupiter Jr. descended from the sky. Zap! Crackle, crackle. The residual lightning fried all the creatures, and the remnants sparked on the ground. Phew! Junior took a deep breath, straightened her knees, and stood up, looking around. Not only Hecate but all the other captured Glory Knights were safe. Junior had poured out precise magical bombardments to the limit, ensuring the area was cleared. Hecate, still seated, looked at Junior with a blank expression. Junior scoffed. What, are you disappointed because it's not Sir Lucas? No, it's not. Sir Lucas couldn't come because he had another important mission. So I came instead. Junior grinned playfully and made a joke. You can say thank you, you know? But Hecate didn't answer, still looking tensely at the alley outside the barracks. Ah! Perhaps reacting to the heat of the magic, more creatures started to swarm. Seeing the creatures densely filling the alley, Junior's face also paled. There's so many. Hue up. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Junior kept summoning lightning and wind, blowing the creatures away, but the monsters pouring into the city center were endless. Junior's spells kept the creatures at bay, but they kept pushing towards the barracks. Despite Junior's relentless magic, the number of creatures infiltrating was increasing. At this rate, as Junior was gritting her teeth, Hecate, using her sword as a cane, barely stood up. I'll go out and draw their attention. What? Junior, please take the rest of the retired soldiers and retreat. Where would be the best place to run to draw the most attention from the creatures? Hecate assessed the surrounding terrain and then staggered forward. At that moment, Junior, angrily casting spells in all directions, shouted sharply. Why are you so eager to die? Really? Someone came to save you. Then are you going to risk your precious mage life for a few broken retired soldiers who can't even fight anymore? What kind of foolish calculation is that? I came to save comrades who fought with us. You can't save the world with such a weak heart. Hecate coldly retorted, and Junior slightly shook her head. I know. It's a story far from the iron-blooded logic needed for efficient combat. But that's exactly what Prince Ashes and this Frontlines flag is about. We've all been fighting to protect this weak heart, and because of that, we've remained human until now. Hecate continued to walk forward. Junior desperately shouted, Sir Hecate, do you really have no attachment to this world? Is there really nothing you want to do? Even a little? Hecate's steps towards the wriggling creatures halted. Who? Clenching her teeth, Hecate took a deep breath and spoke in a suppressed voice. Yes, nothing. I lost everything. My curse, my swordsmanship, my rank, pride, duty, revenge. Everything is gone. My life disappeared entirely. Unable to wield the sword she trained with her whole life, and having to forcibly lay down the revenge she built up over her life due to the era of harmony. The retired soldier, whose life was denied by the era, shouted roughly, "Answer me, Junior. What value do I have left to live for? With my sword and revenge lost, I don't even know what I am anymore." No, actually, Hecate knew the answer. Having lost everything, she was nothing. Being nothing, her best use was as a discard. So Hecate didn't wait for Junior's answer and was about to take another step forward. Then, "When you lose everything," Junior answered, "you just become yourself." "What?" Hecate looked back with bewildered eyes. Junior slowly nodded. "Not the heir to a curse, not the avenger of an old war, not the knight of the empire. Just a 24-year-old you. Who you are is not decided by your job or career, the curse you inherit, or the person you serve." Junior repeated the words Ash had once told her, now in her own voice. "Who you are is decided by what you do from now on. So, please answer me, Sir Hecate. Is there really nothing you want to do? Could be trivial or insignificant. Do you really have no dream?" As Hecate hesitated, Junior smiled. "By the way, my dream is to build a magnificent villa with a swimming pool in the south and live a fantastic retirement life." Hecate exhaled in disbelief. Why is someone younger than me already dreaming of retirement? So what? It's still a wonderful dream, isn't it? Suddenly, the faces of two people who had once shared this dream, though they eventually parted ways without realizing it, came to Junior's mind. A mother who wasn't a mother. A teacher who wasn't a teacher. The silly dream they both had passed down to her. "When I build my villa, you must come and visit. I'll let you stay for free. Now, I've shared my dream, so it's your turn, Sir Hecate. Come on." Hecate, staggering to a halt, shook her head slightly. "I've never thought about what I want to do." "Then start thinking now." At this point, Hecate gestured towards the creatures filling the alley and asked, "With the world's end at our doorstep?" "Precisely now." Junior nodded firmly. "We're still young, and even if the world's end is near, it hasn't reached us yet. From now until the world's end, let's find it together. Whatever foolish or ridiculous thing it may be, I'll be with you." Hecate's shoulders slumped. "Ha!" Letting out a long sigh, Hecate turned to Junior. "I don't like you, Junior. Yes, dislike me. I will never forgive the kingdom of Camilla that killed my parents. Yes, don't forgive. Junior, too, would never forgive the empire that burned her hometown and scarred her body with burns. Remember the grudges between Camilla Kingdom, the empire, and us. And live together like that." Junior slowly extended her hand forward. Across the unbridgeable chasm, beyond the cliff that remained unreachable, as if asking for a handshake. "By the way, I like you. From the beginning till now, and continuously, I want to be your friend." Hecate shook her head slightly, sighing again. "Seriously, this is absurd." Then Hecate slowly raised her hand, reaching out towards Junior. And just as their hands were about to meet, wham dash! Junior's eyes widened. Monstrous creatures, having violently breached Junior's magical barrier, were pouring down right behind Hecate. Chapter 752. The monstrous creatures behind Hecate lunged with teeth, claws, and tentacles. Just before they could reach her, Hecate's body was swiftly lifted into the air, as if someone had snatched her away. Soon, the rest of the Glory Knights and Junior were also floating in the air. While floating, Junior looked down at the wriggling creatures below and broke into a cold sweat. Wow, that was really close. Tentacles flew at them repeatedly, but Junior blocked them effortlessly with magic. With a sigh of relief, Junior looked up and waved her hand. Nice timing, body bag. Above them was the psychokinetic body bag, her face red and sweating profusely. All the retired soldiers inside the barracks were also floating around her. Although Bodybag wasn't as fast as Diarmuiden, she could simulate flying. So, she had flown in with Junior for the rescue mission, lifting the retired soldiers into the air while Junior dealt with the surrounding creatures. After grabbing the last remaining Glory Knights and Junior, Bodybag, struggling to hold dozens of people in the air, began to fly towards the city walls. Junior assisted her with wind magic. Hecate, floating in the air with a blank expression, looked at Junior using wind magic beside her and slowly opened her mouth. I've thought of something. Huh? What is it? Something I want to do. A faint smile appeared on Hecate's lips. Something really silly and absurd. Something I've only imagined. At the same time, near the southern wall. Yuwa! Iya! Help! Somebody help us! The soldiers and volunteers in the cooking unit screamed incessantly. Because soldiers need to eat and drink to fight, the cooking unit had to stay within the camp under any circumstances. Although the cooking unit received minimal combat training, they generally had low combat capabilities. For them, the fleshy monsters with tentacles and teeth were terrifying and horrible enemies. Aya! Yuwa! Among them, a cafeteria waiter who had joined as a volunteer before this battle, the one who confessed to Evangeline, was in a panic, crying his eyes out. Aya! Crash! Clang! The monster that rushed in swung its tentacles, knocking over all the kitchenware. The waiter screamed and hid under a table. The fallen kitchenware clattered loudly. As he curled up, trembling, someone grabbed his shoulder. The terrified waiter saw it was the large cooking unit leader holding a kitchen knife and shouting, "Hey newbie, get a grip. Do you want to die like this?"
Yes? Yes?
Of course not. Then fight back. Even the cooking unit are soldiers. You received basic training too. But how can we fight such monsters? Who said to kill them? Just grab something sturdy and block their attacks instead of cowering. The cooking unit leader handed him a large pot. As the waiter awkwardly took it, the leader nodded. Hang in there a little longer. The prince will send a rescue team soon. Do you think the prince would care about us in the cooking unit? Of course. The prince is that kind of person. The cooking unit leader grinned and then drew another kitchen knife, charging at the monsters with a loud battle cry. The sound of breaking kitchenware, the screams of people, the wails of monsters. Amid the overwhelming noise, the waiter, who had put a pot on his head, suddenly opened his tearful eyes wide. I will too. He thought of Evangeline, the successor of the Lord who always fought for the city, his crush. Hadn't he told her he wanted to know what kind of battle she was fighting? That's why he enlisted. But what a mess he was now. I will prove that I deserve to live in this city too. The waiter crawled out from under the table and stood up, shouting, "Bring it on, you monster!" And right in front of him stood a gruesome fleshy monster, wriggling its long tentacles and chattering its teeth. Food. Terrified, his legs gave out. He plopped down, and it was his good fortune. Swoosh dash. The tentacle that aimed for his heart narrowly missed the pot and grazed him. The impact alone split the pot, and the waiter was knocked backward. Thud. Guh. Cough, cough. The waiter, barely catching his breath, saw the monster slowly approaching him, step by step. Sensing death, the waiter closed his eyes tightly. Thwack, thwack, thwack dash. The sound of powerful blows echoed through the kitchen unit. When the monster's attack didn't come, the waiter cautiously opened his tightly shut eyes. In front of him, swoosh, swoosh, slice, there was the faint afterimage of Evangeline moving like a flash. The girl knight in white armor, her white scarf fluttering behind her, crushed the monsters with a weapon that combined a sword and a shield, then immediately moved on to the next one. In no time, all the monsters that attacked the cooking unit were annihilated. Without breaking a sweat, Evangeline shouted, "All the monsters are taken care of. Everyone, evacuate to the wall quickly." Thank you, Lady Evangeline. Don't mention it. That's what I'm supposed to do. Oh, if anyone's been bitten, let me know. I'll administer the antidote right away. After quickly and concisely giving instructions and handing over extra antidotes to the cooking unit leader, Evangeline turned to leave for another rescue. She met the eyes of the waiter still stuck in the corner. The waiter suddenly felt embarrassed and wanted to hide. Blushing, he bowed his head deeply. Sorry for showing such a disgraceful sight. There's nothing to apologize for. Evangeline approached and helped him up, smiling brightly. We're all fighting together on this battlefield, just in different fields. Keep up the good work in the remaining battles. Then, Evangeline lightly stomped her foot and swiftly left the cooking unit to rescue others. The waiter watched her retreating figure with reverence, then looked down at his still trembling legs. As the waiter bowed his head, the cooking unit leader approached and patted his shoulder. Lady Evangeline is right. Now let's go to where we can fight. Yes, with mixed feelings of joy, embarrassment, and sadness. The waiter packed his belongings and started to evacuate with the other cooking unit soldiers, stumbling. Bang! Bang! Boom! Signal flares exploded in the sky, indicating the success of the rescue missions across the city. As I assessed the overall situation, I glanced sideways. Lucas was silently checking his equipment. I cautiously asked, "Are you sure you don't need to go? Everyone has their necessary places and roles." Lucas drew Excalibur and the bestowed sword, taking a deep breath. I am indeed worried about the comrades left in the barracks, but it's also true that I'm more needed in this immediate battle. Besides Junior, who is as capable as I am, or even more so in some situations, has gone to rescue the barracks. They'll be fine. Originally, I intended to send Lucas and other melee heroes to the barracks, but the barracks were too far from the city wall, and I couldn't send just one or two of the frontline heroes. Moreover, to safely escort the non-combatants out, we needed at least 2 parties. That's when Junior volunteered to go. Leave it to me. I will definitely rescue the retired soldiers in the barracks. Being seasoned and well-trained, Junior was entrusted with the barracks rescue mission. Of course, not alone. I paired her with Bodybag, a psychokinetic who excels in various situations beyond combat. The 2-mage duo. With Junior handling the firepower and me supporting, the 2 of us can manage. Please send us. I decided to trust the 2 veteran mages who volunteered. The barracks rescue team had just sent up a success signal flare. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Additionally, the evacuation of the cooking unit, priests, alchemists, and other non-combatants was progressing one by one. The remaining elite heroes by my side watched the city's center with determined faces. Ooh-hoo! The massive carcass of the giant reindeer monster, which was regurgitating the monsters it had eaten, spewing them out all around. Amidst the steaming mass of flesh, an antlered demon creature stood wobbling with dull eyes. Ugh! Ugh! Cromwell. It was the true form of the enemy monster commander, who had shed layer upon layer of its hide. We have to take it down before it causes more trouble. Taking a deep breath, I exchanged glances with the surrounding heroes. Although we should avoid close combat if possible, we cannot miss this opportunity. While the dispatched rescue team evacuates the non-combatants and the zombie remnants are dealt with at the 4 defensive walls. With the remaining personnel, we strike at the heart of the enemy camp. Cromwell's main body. Let's end this in one go, I shouted, pointing the flag forward. Charge! Yes, dash! Led by Lucas, the elite heroes clad in heavy armor smoothly scaled down the wall and charged towards Cromwell. At the same time, I turned sharply to the side. Lily, activate all the prepared artifacts. Yes, sir. Following my order, Lily sent hand signals around. Then, the wizards and alchemists on the walls of Crossroad Castle began moving busily. The Black Dragon Wall Nightbringer surrounding the castle is a structure that transforms on-site, so when installing a new wall, we also need to install the defense equipment anew. The Black Dragon Wall was completed just before the siege began. Cannons and ballistae were installed immediately as trained. But artifacts require magical engineering processes such as connecting the magic circuits. We only used the ones installed on the castle wall of Crossroad, firing at angles that came into view. Now the enemy is inside Crossroad. All the artifacts installed on the castle wall can be used by simply turning their direction. They all have clear angles. We can't just ravage the city, though. Of course, if it comes to it, we must be prepared to do so, but we should minimize damage if possible. We chose to use artifacts that would effectively eliminate the enemy with minimal damage to the city. Zizzing, click, click, as various artifacts loaded and aimed at the enemies. Please, let this be a big hit this time. Make it worth the cost. Muttering her prayer, Lily and the alchemists carefully took out and installed a large metal plate artifact. An SSR-grade artifact that sends the target stamped within it to the southern plains. Back to square one. Chapter 753. The walls of Crossroad Castle were lower than the newly installed Nightbringer walls on the outskirts. For this reason, most of the artifacts installed on the castle walls couldn't be used in previous battles due to lack of visibility. This time, however, the situation was the exact opposite. To deal with the monsters that had entered the castle, artifacts were more effective than cannons or ballistae. As the artifacts lined up against the monsters, the alchemists and wizards in charge thought, "We can't keep losing to the artillerymen." Unbeknownst to most, the soldiers of Crossroad had a prideful rivalry between their different units, with the artillery having the highest pride. Not only were they favored by Ash, but they also recorded the most kills, making them the elite unit. But that was just in terms of regular monster kills. When it came to boss monsters and critical stage completions, it was always the artifact team that played a decisive role. Today, the artifact team was determined to assert their presence in the remaining battle. Among them was the pride and joy of the artifact team, the highest grade defensive artifact, back to square one. An equipment that forcibly teleports any opponent captured in its metal plate to the southern plains of Crossroad, usable only once per stage. Though costly and time-consuming to maintain, its performance in real combat had always been ambiguous. Recently, it had performed well in the battle against the King of Flies by destroying part of the King of Flies' wings and finding a way to attack, and in the Black Dragon battle by teleporting the allied squad right in front of the Black Dragon. Yet, it hadn't fully utilized its original function, forcing the enemy's core force away from the front line. This time, for sure. As the alchemists aimed the metal plate at the monsters, they swallowed their dry throats. Currently, numerous monsters still surrounded Cromwell, the enemy commander whom our heroes were charging at. If they could capture these monsters, except Cromwell, and teleport them to the end of the southern plains, it would greatly aid our charging heroes. Get ready, dash! Besides, back to square one, other various artifacts also completed their activation preparations. After waiting for the optimal timing, shock! Led by Lucas, the melee heroes slid down the walls as if gliding. They didn't descend directly on the vertical wall. I had connected a magical wall to the ground like a slide, which they deftly rode down. "We have no clear information on the current state of the enemy," I shouted, running alongside the 10th row. "Fight flexibly according to the situation. Don't let your guard down for even a second. Always stay alert." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. My heroes were already veterans among veterans. There was no need for such reminders. The crucial part was my role. No matter Cromwell's state or form, I had to give the most appropriate instructions at each moment. The heroes, having completed their descent, naturally formed an assault formation and charged forward. Various monstrous creatures spilled from Cromwell's main body and filled our path. Era dash! Grrrk, grrrk, grrrk. It hurts, it hurts. Most of the fleshy monsters had spread throughout the city, but there were still quite a few clattering their teeth around Cromwell. I gritted my teeth. Before fighting Cromwell, it seemed we'd have to struggle through these many creatures. Zing zing. Just then, the sound of an artifact activating was heard. Click dash. With a sound like a camera shutter, Over 100 massive fleshy monsters blocking our path vanished in an instant. Huh? What? This is? The leading heroes widened their eyes in surprise. So did I. This is forced teleportation. I looked back. There, on the castle walls, alchemists and wizards were hugging each other and jumping around with the metal plate artifact in the middle. Victory dash. Finally, we did it. See, this Tinken artifact can do it. I finally realized the situation clearly. After a long period of humiliation, back to square one, had finally fulfilled its original role. Of course, the forcibly teleported monsters weren't dead, just thrown far outside the city. But still, what a relief. The enemy's front defense is empty. I waved the magic flag forward and shouted, "Now is the time. Charge dash." At my shout, other artifacts on the castle walls also activated in succession. Flash! Flash! Flashes of light poured out, casting various beneficial magical effects on us and harmful ones on the enemies. Determined not to miss this golden opportunity, our heroic assault team charged forward like the wind. And then, with most of the creatures cleared by back to square one, only a few fleshy monsters remained around Cromwell's main body, the carcass of the giant reindeer monster. Near Cromwell, especially large fleshy monsters lurked. Huge beings resembling a giant, a mantis, a dog, and a snail, fleshy monsters that looked similar in size and form to the monster commanders Cromwell had previously devoured. These monsters seemed too large for back to square one to capture entirely, thus they weren't cleared. Shock! Shock! Countless tentacles and a terrible malevolent aura surged from these monsters' bodies. A dash! Chick! 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 We're hungry too. Let us eat. The giant fleshy creatures, baring their countless teeth, charged at us. No need to advertise that you're boss-level monsters. Clicked my tongue. Rumble. A huge centipede-shaped fleshy monster rushed at us, extending its legs like tentacles in all directions. In a siege, we might avoid close combat, but since we've committed, we'll use everything. Finishing my judgment. Kraken. Jormungandr. I activated Kraken's ring and opened the subspace for captured monsters, shouting, "Come out dash!" Whoosh! Magic circles intertwined in the air, and a gigantic cephalopod monster, Kraken, roared fiercely as it emerged. At the same time, the small serpent, Jormungandr, activated Shell of the Old God, reverting to its prime form as the World Serpent. Boom! The two massive monsters crushed the centipede-shaped flesh monster as they landed. The flesh centipede twisted its enormous body in resistance, but facing Kraken, the Lord of Tentacles and Jormungandr, who could destroy the world in 10 minutes, it was futile. Crunch! Crackle! Kraken and Jormungandr seemed to cooperate as if they had long worked together, swiftly wrapping around the centipede-shaped flesh monster and crushing it instantly. Rip! Riot! With a horrendous sound of tearing flesh, the centipede-shaped monster was smashed and slowly collapsed. Rarg! SSS! North, SSS. As the victorious squid and serpent rose slowly. Chur! Chur! Eat! 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 The mantis and giant-shaped flesh monsters joined the fray, roaring. Boom! Boom! The giant monsters collided, devastating the surroundings. A cloud of dust rose in the area. Luckily, it was an empty southern lot with few buildings. But please, moderate the destruction. I'm sick of the restoration work. Two huge dog-shaped flesh monsters charged at us. They resembled a three-headed dog and a two-headed dog. Clearly, they were Cerberus and Orthrus, which Cromwell had devoured earlier. Looking like chewed gum, I decided it wasn't too difficult to deal with them, seeing their tentacles and teeth. They're zombies. Just meat monsters without any special abilities other than tentacles and teeth. Sure, the tentacles and teeth were scary, but that's just physical prowess, far from their abilities in life. Though it wasn't a long time, observing the monster's behavior on the wall led me to this conclusion. and indeed, the two flesh dogs couldn't use their hellhound abilities. Rah-ah-ah. Still, their terrifying physical abilities remained, and they charged at us with their huge mouths wide open. Thunk, thunk dash. Two spears like missiles fell from the sky, piercing each one's chest and pinning them to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Looking up, I saw Mikhail descending swiftly on his griffin. He had thrown the spears while riding down. Screech. Mikhail, who descended in an instant, grabbed the double spears he had thrown and pulled them out with a burst of crimson energy. Rip! The two struggling hellhound-shaped flesh monsters were split apart. Spinning his spears lightly, Mikhail smiled and kicked his griffin's sides to take flight again. Commander, I'll guard from above. The youngest king of the Vermilion Kingdom. No, the youngest king soared back into the sky instantly. My heroes also roared and charged forward, clashing with the monsters. While Torkel blocked the tentacles with a huge shield, Kulin scattered red aura-laden punches, smashing the monsters. Verdandy's green magic-imbued dagger unleashed ranged slashes, cutting down all the flesh in its path. Kelly used a chisel and hammer to break through the tall flesh barrier, creating a path. Zenith and Rosetta, having completed their respective rescue missions, activated Oath of Healing and Oath of Protection, unleashing divine power like rain. The holy energy incinerated the small flesh pieces wriggling and trying to sprout tentacles. Screech! Lastly, a giant slug-shaped flesh monster blocked our way, letting out a grotesque scream. Move aside, monstrosity! Swish dash! Lucas dashed forward and delivered a fierce slash, splitting it apart and setting it ablaze simultaneously. Excalibur and the bestowed sword emitted a blinding light as they shattered the monster. Lucas lightly shook the twin swords, flicking off the remains, then respectfully bowed to me. My lord. Good. I walked along the path my heroes had carved. Not once did the path falter. Swish. Thud. Other heroes, having completed their rescue missions in different parts of the city, began joining up and following behind me. After breaking through all resistance, our main force finally stood before the enemy commander. Standing still among the corpses and flesh remnants was the boss monster of this stage. Cromwell. Chapter 754. It was about Cromwell's childhood. While sparring with a young demon, Cromwell slipped and fell, resulting in her first defeat. The tip of the demon youth's sword touched Cromwell's neck. Her first defeat ever. Though young, Cromwell's talent was overwhelming, and she had never lost in a sparring match. Cromwell was surprised, but the young demon who had defeated her was even more shocked. The elder watching the duel turned pale with bewilderment. "Ha! You're amazing!" Momentarily stunned, Cromwell got up, laughed brightly, and extended her hand for a handshake with the youth who had defeated her. The youth, still dazed, accepted Cromwell's handshake. Cromwell patted the youth's shoulder. "You're the first to beat me. Let's spar again next time. All right?" But that never happened. That night, the youth was eliminated. Thunk, thunk, thunk. With an expressionless face, the elder swung his knife, stabbing the youth tied to the pillar in the stomach. The youth twisted in pain and eventually died. The elder wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. "Elder!" Cromwell, arriving a step too late, was horrified. What on earth have you done? Why did you kill him?" "Your Excellency." The elder spoke coldly. "Your Excellency must neither lose nor fail." "What?" "As the ruler of the Legion, you must be flawless." Thus, anyone aware of Cromwell's defeat was eradicated. Though an absurd thought and action, the elder's eyes held an eerily firm conviction. Cromwell asked in a trembling voice, "So, you're making it as if this never happened?" "Yes, Your Excellency has never lost. Such a thing never happened." After setting the limp youth's body on magical fire, the elder whispered sternly into Cromwell's ear, "If Your Excellency truly loses, truly fails, then it will be I, and our entire legion, who will be tied to a pillar and killed." Never lose, never fail. Achieve only victory. In an instant, the youth's body was reduced to ashes. As Cromwell stood frozen, staring at the charred spot, the elder reiterated coldly into her ear, "For the Legion, only victory." And it turned out as such. Throughout her growth, Cromwell buried all her mistakes and pretended they never happened. She was forcibly made flawless. She never once lost, never once failed. Cromwell grew to be the greatest commander of the Legion. And because of that, Cromwell never learned to accept failure. She never learned from defeat, never learned to steady her heart after a loss. And at some point, Cromwell stood at a dead end. Dead end. Defeated by Nightbringer, she could no longer move forward and came to a halt. On the brink of life and death, she thought blankly. Stopping is comfortable. In truth, she never understood from the beginning why she had to conquer the world, what the ambition of her race was, what the glory of her homeland was. She was just pushed to the forefront, because everyone expected it, because everyone was watching her, because everyone said she was the only hope. But now that tiresome race was over. She could let everything go and rest. "Your Excellency." Then a voice came from behind. Turning around, she saw the elder standing with open arms. "Let's make this defeat as if it never happened. And from now on, continue to achieve victory." She didn't want to. She no longer wanted to get up and fight. Why she had to fight, why she had to win, why she must not lose. Cromwell still didn't understand. But she was the commander. She had to fight for the Legion, for her beloved Legion members, and her beloved father. She had to muster up strength one more time. Eat. So she devoured. She devoured everyone in the Legion, regardless of gender or age, to erase her defeat. If she could achieve her ambition and destroy this world, everyone would be happy. Crushing through the dead-end wall with the flesh and bones of the Legion members. As she crawled through the blood-stained passage with her resurrected body, Cromwell suddenly realized. She had pursued victory for her father, for the Legion members, and now she had devoured her father and all the Legion members for that victory. Dash! The beast roared. Ominous green magical light scattered chaotically and surged everywhere. And at the center, Cromwell's entire body, holding up enormous green antlers, boiled. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, I gritted my teeth. How many phase changes are there? Really? For once, could she just die quietly? But this was stage 45, the last boss stage before the final stage 50. As befits a boss monster of such a stage, Cromwell had no intention of going down easily. Whoosh! Separated from the reindeer corpse, Cromwell, now about the size of a slightly larger human woman, raised countless tentacles above her head. The tentacles, writhing as they rose, immediately hardened and intricately intertwined, making the already huge antlers even larger and thicker. Dash! Whoosh! Whoosh! The hundreds and thousands of entangled tentacles each held different magical powers and began emitting complex colors. At the same time, thousands of magical patterns surged like waves from Cromwell's antlers. "This is..." Sensing the magic, Diarmuiden muttered with a pale face. "It's the magical patterns of other Legion commanders Cromwell devoured." "What?" "And not just them. The patterns of all sorts of minor monsters remain as well." I gritted my teeth and glared at Cromwell. Could it be? That bastard. Did she absorb all the abilities of the monsters she devoured? Now, the messy process made a bit more sense. Why she bothered to devour and regurgitate all her allies. Where the abilities of the zombified remaining monsters went. Like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, locking herself in a mass of flesh and then coming out again. That form. As if she had merged all the monsters in this world into one. The antlers, which were emitting ominous multicolored auras in all directions, suddenly stopped emitting colors. The enormous antlers, having ceased to emit magical light, turned a dull green. Cromwell, swaying with an enormous tree-like structure on her head. Finally, opened her closed eyes. Flash dash! With a terrifying green glow, a dreadful aura spread across the area. Immediately, dozens of intertwined antlers turned red and began to shine. This is the power of the Flame Giant Legion. Is she manifesting all the power of the flame giants she devoured at once? Cromwell drew back her right fist and then thrust it forward. Flames whirled out from the reddened antlers, forming a giant arm in the air, and slammed down toward our heroes rushing at her. Boom! An enormous explosion and smoke spread everywhere. But there was no damage. Is that all? Just before the flaming fist fell, I conjured a magical barrier in the air and blocked it precisely. The real-time melting and evaporating of the magical barrier bought us a few seconds. But it was enough. Our heroes had already approached Cromwell. Then Cromwell swung her left hand horizontally. Whoosh! Likewise, some of the antlers glowed cyan, and this time, a long blade-like arm formed in the air. The cutting ability of the Mantis Legion, /dash, and the incoming Mantis Scythe /hop dash. Thud. Torkel took it head-on. Normally, it's a kind of curse that would inevitably slice its target. But Torkel activated his ultimate skill humans are not born to lose, and neutralized the curse with his body. Nice, Torkel. But I stopped mid-praise, feeling awkward. Clang, 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 clang. So far, only parts of the antlers were glowing, but now they were starting to light up in succession, spewing colors. Ah! Cromwell's green eyes widened menacingly, and around her, all kinds of monster attack methods materialized from magic. Ah, Father, watch over me. Crunch, crack. It was clearly the sound of magic resonating, but it echoed like the eerie cracking of bones and joints. I will lead our legion. Cromwell opened her mouth wide and roared. To glory dash! Boom! A fierce magical storm erupted in all directions. The teeth of a hellhound, the venom of a centipede, the leg muscles of a cicada, and countless tentacles. All of these took form through magic and poured out indiscriminately. The heroes who had barely approached had to retreat quickly to avoid being swept away. Ugh! What kind of creature is this? Ash! We can't find an opening. Fall back. We need to find a way. The close-range heroes, having barely distanced themselves from Cromwell, caught their breath and searched for a gap. But even getting this close had left them covered in wounds. Watching Cromwell's constantly glowing antlers, I clicked my tongue. The ranged attack team. Our wizards and snipers were, of course, attempting to attack. Slash. But since the transformation phase, Cromwell's antlers had spread a thick mist-like magical barrier, neutralizing all attacks in the air. Junior, who had joined us late, was struggling to unleash elemental disassembly. But Cromwell, having devoured all the monsters in the area and made their magic her own, was producing power more rapidly than elemental disassembly could deplete. The only fortunate thing is, her attacks are not precise. Cromwell's attacks were reckless. It was like a boxer who had taken a barrage of punches and was unconscious, swinging their fists at anyone who came close. In this case, the only attack method we can use is... I was quickly calculating when a voice came from beside me. Prince Ash. I turned to see Diarmuiden. The old mage, with a somewhat complex expression, nodded at me. I know a way to neutralize that beast. What? Really? Yes. Glaring at Cromwell, Diarmuiden gave a bitter smile. When I was at the abandoned cathedral, living with the demons, I learned of a weakness. Then Diarmuiden sighed deeply. Once again, such a role falls to an old man. Chapter 755. While Diarmuiden prepared the operation, the battle continued. Instead of aiming for complete annihilation, our tactics shifted to suppression or stalling. If we could annihilate Cromwell, we would, but killing Cromwell, who had devoured tens of thousands of monsters and spewed out their powers in all directions, was extremely difficult. The power output was too high. the violent currents of magic bursting out with her roar boiled and tangled like tentacles, bouncing in all directions. The enormous antlers on Cromwell's head continuously spewed magical light, devastating everything around her. Seeing the flashing antlers on the monster's head, I shivered. It's like a damn Christmas tree. Come to think of it, it is the end of the year. There's no Christmas in this world, but the timing is about right. Like a Christmas tree wrapped in lights, Cromwell was radiating light and magic in all directions, and we were desperately trying to suppress and hold her in place. Boom! Boom boom! The magic bursts imbued with all kinds of abilities smashed roads and buildings, and the melee heroes on that side agilely flipped through the air to dodge. We're reaching the limit of stalling, my lord. Lucas, cutting through the tentacle-like magic currents with a blade of light, shouted urgently. The monster is expanding its territory. At this rate, all of Crossroad will fall under her magical influence. Having devoured tens of thousands of monsters, Cromwell wielded that magic indiscriminately, and the range was gradually increasing. Moreover, these attacks also served as defense. The wildly spewing magic field was condensing around her, transforming into an impenetrable layered barrier. Our long-range attacks were neutralized, and the melee heroes couldn't withstand the waves of insane magic and were gradually pushed back. If this continued, Lucas's worry that Cromwell might destroy all of Crossroad could come true. But her magic is extremely unstable. Right now, Cromwell was vomiting out the magic she had consumed without restraint. There was no design or strategy. She was just wielding it reflexively, desperately, like a tantrum from a very angry child. The magic wave was unstable, the output reaching unbelievable highs and then dropping to lows. We have to aim for the moment when her magic pattern hits the low point and disappears. At that moment, Prince Ash, a voice came from above. Looking up urgently, I saw Diarmuiden soaring in the sky with the magic robe, Old Phoenix. And why am I doing this again? Clinging to his side, wriggling, was the illusionist Violet. Ignoring the struggling Violet, Diarmuiden shouted, "We are ready." Though Violet seemed unprepared, I trusted her to pull through as she always did in actual combat. Everyone listen up. Follow the plan I instructed earlier. While Diarmuiden was preparing, I had already briefed the heroes on the plan. Now it was time to execute it. I will give the timing signal. When I do, pour everything into it. Yes, dash. As soon as I finished speaking, a terrifying surge of magic erupted from Cromwell. I have to win. Crying blood like a waterfall, Cromwell roared. I have to win since I ate so much. The antlers glowed a dazzling light green, and the monster's magic burst out indiscriminately the next moment. Magic spewed out without any concept of conservation or operation, forming huge tentacles, branches that grew rapidly and targeted the living humans around. As Lucas warned earlier, it was power capable of destroying all of Crossroad. Melee units, all. Evangeline then dashed forward. Block it, dash. Dozens of melee heroes with shields fearlessly rushed forward into the raging currents of magic that would surely leave no bones behind if they were swept away. Clerics had wrapped the heroes' bodies in holy armor, and I also created real-time magic fortresses around them to support them. Hoo up! Evangeline timed it perfectly, slamming her shield into the ground. Flash dash! Rectangular magic shields formed over the bodies of all the heroes charging forward against the magic currents. Evangeline's ultimate, the last fortress. Boom! All the shield bearers surrounding Cromwell in a circle shone brightly as they nullified the enemy's attack. Their magic walls evaporated and disappeared in front of them, and even the holy armor melted away. But Evangeline's, the last fortress, held firm until the end. It really hurts. Evangeline, sharing the burden with her allies due to the last fortress, smiled with a bloody nose. Your attack lacks true malice. Indeed, it's different from the Lord of the Flies or the Black Dragon. Those two monsters attacked with pure intent to annihilate humans, trying to kill us. But Cromwell, perhaps because she had become a zombie, Her attacks were indiscriminate and reckless. That's all. There's no keen edge of malice. No determination to kill. As if unsure of where to go. You're bearable, you zombie bastard dash. Thud. The melee units endured to the end. You're Aya. Evangeline let out her characteristic war cry, raising her shield sword overhead. The last fortress grants a wide-range damage save effect to allies. In other words, it collects all the damage dealt to allies and, boom, returns it with damage payback. Raising her shield sword glowing like it was on fire, Evangeline wore a resolute expression. Simultaneously, Cromwell's magic output dropped sharply. Having expelled immense output, her magic pattern plummeted to a low point. Now, Junior dash, I shouted, and Junior, who had been preparing a magic circle with other wizards in the rear, screamed back. This is our last hit today dash. Magic artifacts aiding Junior's spell shone, and the wizards channeled their magic into her. For this one hit, almost all the wizards on the monster front had abandoned their subsequent magic usage. We had to finish this with this hit. Junior gathered all the support and cast Elemental Disassembly. Take this. Boom. A halo appeared in the sky, space shattered, and Elemental Disassembly exploded onto Cromwell. Junior's ultimate pierced through the gap created by the dropped magic output, significantly thinning the dense magic field around Cromwell. Now, pour everything. As I shouted, Evangeline hurled her shield sword. The shield sword, imbued with damage payback, flew like a missile toward Cromwell and exploded on impact with the magic field. Crack, crack. One layer of the magic field surrounding Cromwell cracked. Boom, and shattered with an explosion. But it was only one of the many layers of the magic field surrounding the monster. There were still layers of the magic field left around the monster. But the crack has formed, and this was our only chance to break through all those magic fields. With Evangeline's shield sword marking the spot, it became the target of all our attacks. Fire! Pour everything in dash. Verdandi sliced with Isegam. Kulin unleashed his ultimate technique, and Mikhail continued to throw crimson magic spears without rest. All the heroes poured out their ultimate moves. Crack, crack, crack. Unable to withstand it, the magic fields broke layer by layer. Kelly Bay. Using the Imperial Seal Ring, I gathered all the will of humanity I could, forging it into a giant nail. Flicking the giant nail of will into the air, I shouted, "Finish it off. Leave it to me." Kelly Bay, summoning the power of the ancestral god, swung his war hammer, which glowed with golden magic, making it hundreds of times larger. Spinning like a top in the air, Kelly Bay struck the head of the nail with his hammer. Thud! The nail of will, flying like a beam of light, struck Cromwell's magic field, at the exact point we had all been attacking. Crack! The nail shattered the magic field like breaking glass, tearing through dozens of layers of magic fields at once. Lucas! I turned and shouted. Finish it dash! Lucas was already running. Rushing forward, Lucas leaped into the air, slashing his dual swords in an X shape. Slash! The long-range slash of light struck the nail, shoving it in, and instantly split the remaining dozens of magic field layers. Ah! But by then, Cromwell's magic pattern was recovering. Iowa dash! The monster's surging magic erupted again, attempting to form new magic fields. At that moment, I've got it. Boom! Damien, waiting atop a spire, took the shot. In the brief moment between the disappearance of all magic fields and the formation of new ones, his precisely aimed shot pierced through that instant gap and struck Cromwell's forehead. Thunk! It wasn't an attack bullet. It was the last of our concentrated cure, all packed into a single shot. Ah? Cromwell was the source of the zombie parasites. This cure bullet wouldn't kill her, but it could disrupt the zombification mechanism, stop the function that made the dead body move. Ah? As if in disbelief, the surging magic stopped, and Cromwell staggered. Whiz! Diarmuiden and Violet descended from the sky. Please, let this work dash. Violet, eyes tightly shut, shouted. Daydream dash. And Violet's fingertips, imbued with a pale purple magic, touched Cromwell's forehead. Chapter 756. Ha! Cromwell's voice sounded dazed. Just moments ago she had been fighting. For the sole remaining goal, conquering the human world. She was engaged in a life-and-death battle with enemies she could no longer distinguish. But when she came to her senses, she was inside a familiar ship. The dimensional transport ship that departed from her homeland. This ship, which carried the Demon Legion to other distant dimensions, was like a cherished old home for young Cromwell, almost her true homeland. Cromwell had also reverted to her childhood form. There were no overgrown antlers, no flesh covered in blood and mucus. Cromwell blinked as she looked at her small, intact body. What is this? Then, footsteps echoed. Startled, Cromwell turned to see a familiar figure approaching slowly. Cromwell unknowingly smiled brightly and called out, "Daddy!" She quickly corrected herself. "Oh no, Elder. Your Excellency, here you are." It was the Elder who approached. The Elder, smiling with a more sorrowful expression than usual, slowly knelt on one knee in front of Cromwell. "I was worried because you weren't at the training ground." "Oh, sorry. I'll go back quickly." The Elder cautiously asked the flustered Cromwell. "Do you not want to train today?" "Huh." Cromwell, blinking her eyes wide, quickly shook her head. "No, I like training. I also enjoy the military strategies and politics you teach, and I love the combat techniques and magic. Your Excellency, you always said, I must not lose. I am the hope of our legion. So, Your Excellency." The Elder gently interrupted Cromwell's words with a soft smile. "Today you may rest." "Ha! It's okay to not study or train today. Today you can do whatever you really want to do. If you could spend today freely, what would you like to do?" This had never happened in her life. Not once had there been such a day. So, with wide-open eyes, Cromwell stood frozen for a moment before finally smiling brightly with a flushed face and grabbing the Elder's hand. Then I want to play with Daddy, Elder." The Elder gently patted Cromwell's head, who hurriedly corrected her address again. "Today you can call me Daddy." "Huh? Really? But I've never." "Today is okay. Just for today you can do whatever you want." The Elder stood up, holding Cromwell's small hand and leading her forward. "Now, what shall we play today, Your Excellency?" Cromwell, unable to believe whether this was a dream or reality, followed him with tears welling up. The two spent a happy day inside the empty ship. They cooked and ate together in the kitchen, read storybooks while lying down, played hide-and-seek, toured the ship while singing, like an ordinary father and daughter spending a weekend together. Cromwell experienced the happiness of an ordinary life she had never known. Yawn! The happy day quickly drew to a close. The Elder, seeing Cromwell nodding off, picked her up and carried her to bed. He laid her head on a pillow, pulled the blanket up to her neck, and sat by the bed, stroking her hair. "Did you have fun today, Your Excellency?" "Yes, it was the most fun I've ever had." Cromwell smiled sleepily. "Actually, I didn't want to study military strategies or politics. I always envied other children who could sing and play. I wanted to eat sweets like other kids instead of growth stimulants, and I wanted to read storybooks with Daddy instead of training with a sword until my muscles burst. I hated training, fighting, eating, and growing up." Cromwell's whining confession gradually softened. "But I am the commander of the Legion. I have to take responsibility for our Legion. Failure is not acceptable. I must be perfect, so it's okay." Cromwell's eyes, which were closing, opened halfway. The Elder smiled gently and stroked Cromwell's cheek. "You did your best. It's okay not to be perfect. It's okay to fail. It's okay to lose. You did your best. So, please, don't suffer, and accept what follows failure. The elder gently kissed Cromwell's forehead and whispered in her ear, "Sleep well tonight, my daughter." Cromwell, faintly smiling, responded in a fading voice, "Good night, Daddy." Cromwell lay still. Violet and Diarmuiden had their hands on the forehead of the fallen monster commander, with Violet maintaining the daydream and Diarmuiden directly infiltrating his consciousness into it. While Violet and Diarmuiden subdued Cromwell with the daydream, I neutralized her. I meticulously separated and destroyed each of the countless antlers. No magical parasites that had grown on Cromwell's head. These parasites were the source of the zombification, stealing the magic and abilities of each Legion monster and supplying them to Cromwell. Using precision akin to surgery, I removed and exterminated each parasite with will. Originally, I would have been baffled by the complex magical formula, but with the knowledge and experience borrowed from the real Ash, I managed it without much difficulty. With each antler separated and turned to dust, the other monster's magic absorbed by Cromwell dissipated into nothing. Kaya! Each time I exterminated a parasite, distant flesh monsters shrieked their death throes and collapsed. There seemed to be some magical connection. When I had removed most of the antlers and parasites, the eastern wall, monsters subdued. We just received a report of completion from the north. The west is almost finished too. We'll enter the castle and exterminate the remaining monsters. The tide of battle had turned, and victory was within reach. At that moment, who? Diarmuiden sighed deeply and opened his eyes. At the same time, Violet, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. And Cromwell, subdued in their daydream. She was dying with a faint smile on her lips, still lost in the dream. I gently patted Violet's back in gratitude and turned to Diarmuiden. "What dream did you show Cromwell?" I asked this because Cromwell's face was so peaceful. Not a typical expression for a monster, especially one that had been rampaging like a fiend after being zombified. It was a startlingly serene face. Diarmuiden muttered bitterly, "The dream this child most longed for, and the same dream that her father, the elder, longed to see." Diarmuiden had heard stories from the elder while living with him at the abandoned cathedral. The elder treated Cromwell like his daughter, and Cromwell also regarded the elder as her father. But it was never expressed. Cromwell was a Legion commander from birth, and the elder was merely her trainer. Years passed, and after Cromwell was killed by Nightbringer, the elder regretted it. Regretted? He regretted training his daughter solely to function for the Legion, and he also regretted not being more than that. He wished he had treated her more warmly, let her live like a person more. Such belated regrets. We quietly looked down at the dying enemy commander, who was peacefully dreaming. With all the parasites removed and the zombification undone, Cromwell was dying quietly. Diarmuiden sighed faintly. I understood his regret. You understood? I raised many disciples like my own children. I've seen countless young ones leave before this old man. Diarmuiden fixed his intense gaze on me. Of course, Prince Ash, I do not regret sending my disciples into harm's way. Human history, magical history, is built on blood and lives. My disciples fulfilled their roles splendidly. It's a cause for sorrow, not regret. Diarmuiden repeated. I never had regrets like the elder, but I understood his heart. Heart, indeed. So, I wanted to give this child a peaceful end. To let that father and daughter experience the happiness they never reached, even if only in a daydream. Not because it was the only strategy, but to fulfill the last wish of someone he empathized with and understood, even if they were an enemy and a monster. Diarmuiden had proposed this strategy. In truth, I had other strategies, perhaps safer and more certain methods. I possess various powers and abilities now. But I followed Diarmuiden's proposal because the heart he harbored would be necessary for my future strategies. While living with them at the abandoned cathedral, I thought about the difference between humans and monsters. Diarmuiden tried to speak in a calm tone. You once said, Prince Ash, that what distinguishes people from monsters is the heart. If we can hold hands and look in the same direction, regardless of race, we should be treated as the same people. Indeed, the World Guardian Front is an alliance of various races and nations that once fought each other. We now stand shoulder to shoulder with enemies from 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, and even 10 years ago. I thought the demons at the abandoned cathedral could be like that too. We tried to build an advanced base fortress at the abandoned cathedral in District 10 of the Lake Kingdom. The demon survivors were trying to survive against zombies, and we needed bait to draw the zombies' attention and reduce their numbers. Our interests aligned, and the cathedral functioned as a forward base for a while. For a time, we were allies. The idea of monsters becoming allies is absurd, but isn't it no different from the history we've experienced? I thought so. Diarmuiden clicked his tongue bitterly. I believed they could become like us, because they had human nature, Inji Sangjung. Human nature. Yes, even those who mistreated the elderly and tried to burn this world down had a heart that resonated with ours. Despite cultural differences and pointing weapons at each other, there was room for agreement and understanding, just like the people of our world. Reflecting on the days at the cathedral, Diarmuiden eventually shook his head. But I know, Prince Ash, this is the result. Everyone at the cathedral died, and the demon who devoured her kin became a zombie and invaded our world. Granting a peaceful end to such a monster might be nonsensical. Diarmuiden's voice trembled. But I saw a glimmer of possibility, even if it was a fleeting ember. The moment when yesterday's enemy could become today's comrade. Haha! For the great Diarmuiden to say such weak words. Diarmuiden pressed his hand firmly against his chest. Perhaps this human nature is our greatest weakness, and possibly our greatest strength. Human nature has led to countless crises but also brought us here. And this human nature, the ability to empathize and sympathize with the enemy, even a monster. I need this weak human heart for the path I intend to take. Diarmuiden, letting out a bitter sigh, slowly extended his hand forward. Sleep well. He gently closed the eyes of the monster, who was taking her last breath, and whispered, Sleep well. Chapter 757. The 45th defensive battle, which plagued us with an unbelievable number of zombies and their infectious nature, ended as anticlimactically as it had begun. Even after Cromwell was completely dead, some monsters still moved according to their individual principles, but within a day they each ceased movement. Like toys with their batteries drained, they stopped and hardened. It seems the Legion was fundamentally flawed from the beginning and couldn't sustain itself for long. 3 days after the battle ended, I stood on the wall, looking over the city as it was being cleaned up, listening to Macmillan's musings. Structurally and fundamentally, they were literally monsters gnawing away at their own flesh. They consumed their limited magic and bodies, as well as their own members, rushing towards inevitable destruction. I confirmed through map creation that there wasn't a single monster left. I turned to look beside me. You've worked hard too, Sir Macmillan. Not really. I just got up after lying in the infirmary the whole time during the defense. Macmillan, speaking nonchalantly, was missing his left hand, and a metal prosthesis was attached to his lower jaw. He leaned on a crutch. To keep La Mancha operational and make an emergency landing, Macmillan had entered the engine room filled with infected people alone. Thanks to him, La Mancha made it back to Crossroad, leading to the timely development of the cure, ensuring the patient's safe treatment and facilitating the defense. But Macmillan himself was severely injured. I looked at the metal prosthesis where his impressive jawline used to be, which once added to his suave appearance. No need to be so regretful, Your Highness. I can speak perfectly fine. They say I can even smoke my pipe again once I'm healed. Scars can be covered with a beard. He spoke a bit awkwardly and then smiled, rubbing his jaw. He then moved his hand to his philtrum. Well, since it won't grow on this side, I'll have to grow a mustache instead. Planning to cover your mouth with a mustache? I should gift him a splendid wig. No, a fake beard later. We stood in silence for a while, looking at the monster carcasses being cleared outside the city, then sighed softly. These zombies, in the end, we can only guess at their mechanism, but nothing has been clearly revealed. It's unsatisfying. That's the essence of monsters. Macmillan laughed heartily. Unknown principles, unknown reasons, shapeless and originless evil sweeping through our world. Your Highness, you've had an uncanny understanding of monsters so far, but in reality, that's not normal. Only then did I vaguely understand the mindset of others on this front. I have information. I know most of what the monsters look like, their weaknesses, their origins. For me, monsters are targets to be strategized against rather than feared. But what about most people? Unknown, strange monsters appearing out of nowhere, attacking in incomprehensible ways, destroying homes and taking lives. Fear stems from the unknown, and thus, monsters are terrifying. Having faced these inexplicable monsters several times, I began to grasp the true appearance of monsters as seen by the people of this world. No matter how incomprehensible monsters are, they can't be harder to understand than people. Macmillan suddenly laughed shyly. I blinked. Is something wrong? Well, ahem. Macmillan's voice was excited. I've had a lifelong unrequited love. I confessed more than 10 times and got rejected every time, so I gave up. He scratched his neck, looking away. But apparently she heard about my severe injury and coma. When I woke up in the infirmary, there she was, nursing me. Well. And then, ahem, somehow we ended up talking and we've decided to get married once this war is over. The sentence, when this war is over, is dangerous, but the smile on his prosthetic-jawed face looked genuinely happy, so I couldn't help but laugh. Macmillan couldn't hold back his laughter either. Losing a hand and splitting my jaw, yet ending up with my unrequited love. Life is unpredictable. Congratulations, Sir Macmillan. Can I congratulate you? Of course, Your Highness. Thank you. Is this also part of the love blossoms on the monster front? For a moment, I had such a whimsical thought and then asked the smiling Macmillan. Sir Macmillan. Yes. You said understanding people is as difficult as understanding monsters, right? Yes. So, are you more afraid of people you can't understand, or monsters you can't understand? Macmillan smiled with his injured jaw and asked me back. Your Highness, are you more afraid of a ghost under a bed in the dark, or a person? I was momentarily speechless. Just then, a woman appeared, striding up the wall. She wore a practical coat, had a tall and strong build, and her deep eyes radiated intense determination. Ah! As soon as I saw her, I knew she was Macmillan's beloved. Macmillan's shoulders tensed visibly, and his cheeks flushed even more in the winter cold. Then I'll be going. Have a good time, Sir Macmillan. As I was about to leave, patting Macmillan's shoulder, he called out, Your Highness. It may be an incredibly presumptuous request, but... Macmillan spoke loudly, as if for his fiancée to hear. Would you officiate our wedding? Ha! To ask the Crown Prince to officiate, and at a wedding whose date is unknown. But I nodded readily. Macmillan was also my comrade, and this was a very cheap favor. As I stepped aside and nodded to Macmillan's lady, she hurriedly bowed deeply to me. Then she began to scold Macmillan. Why wasn't he resting when he was hurt? Why was he spreading news of the wedding already? Why was he making presumptuous requests to the Crown Prince, leaving Macmillan to be soundly scolded by his fiancée? I thought. He's a man who dares to ask such things of the Crown Prince. Hold on to him tightly. He's a genuine man. Imperial Airship Commander Macmillan thus withdrew from the front line. Another cherished hero left my front. The sight of griffins flying over Crossroad has become an everyday scene. Mikhail and the Sky Knights patrolled from the sky to ensure no monsters were left. Mikhail, I waved to Mikhail as he landed after his regular patrol. Good news! Good news! As he dismounted from his griffin, looking puzzled, I grinned. All the other Sky Knights who were being treated at the temple have regained consciousness. Among them were Mikhail's 5 wives, all infected but safely recovered. Mikhail's face lit up, and he hurried with me to the temple. Inside the temple, the 5 queens of the Vermilion Kingdom were gathered in the same room. Mikhail! As we entered the room, all 5 queens rushed out to hug Mikhail. We were so scared. We thought we'd never see you again. Are you okay, Mikhail? You're not hurt, right? I'm fine. You all went through a lot. Mikhail hugged his 5 crying wives, also tearing up. The young king and queens, still children, touched each other's cheeks to ensure they were safe. I stood quietly outside the room watching this scene. It's fortunate they survived, but one of the queens looked down at her arm dejectedly. Our bodies are covered in scars. During the infection process, the infected bit each other. The queen's bodies bore numerous human bite marks. Some wounds were deep enough to leave scars that wouldn't heal easily. For newlyweds wanting to look beautiful for their partners, this was a disaster. I felt sorry that they were brought to this monster front during their honeymoon and were injured in their first battle. But I didn't need to apologize. Mikhail kissed each scar on his wives' bodies and whispered with a smile. It's okay. I'll make sure these scars don't matter by leaving my bite marks on your bodies every night. Wow. What? Is he crazy? This is the kind of line a boy king with 5 wives would say? As a lifelong bachelor, I was frozen by this terrifying line. While Mikhail's 5 wives blushed deeply and playfully hit their husband, saying, "What are you saying in front of guests?" But they were clearly pleased, their smiles reaching their ears. Does that actually work? Is this the power of being married? If I said that to Serenade, I imagined it briefly. No, I can't. It would be terrifying. I could vividly picture Serenade, completely out of control, storming towards me like a Terminator. I'm scared. That line is too heavy for me. I'll leave it for a distant future. Anyway, the atmosphere among the queens, who were struggling with physical and emotional wounds, quickly lightened. As Mikhail continued to comfort his wives, he glanced at me and whispered, "Learning from my sister helps in times like these." Is this the spouse-soothing technique learned from his sister, who has 5 husbands? It seemed the future of the Vermilion Kingdom was very bright. For some reason, that thought struck me. Is this also a conclusion of love blossoms on the monster front? Facing a monster invasion, it almost turned into a bloody honeymoon. No, it was somewhat bloody. But seeing Mikhail and his queens smiling happily reassured me a little. As I left the room, I fell into thought. Since they came here for their honeymoon, I should provide some entertainment for them. In a few days, it would be the New Year, the usual New Year's festival. Although it would be difficult to enjoy the festival as leisurely as in previous years with the final battle imminent, it would still be a good change of pace. Thinking of such peaceful thoughts for the first time in a while, I noticed something strange. Wait, but we had definitely defeated all the monsters and the enemy commander. Why hasn't the stage clear notification appeared? Chapter 758. Why hasn't the stage ended? Is there still a monster I haven't found? Could there still be an infected soldier? I was contemplating whether to conduct another thorough investigation of the entire city when a report came in. My lord, a report from the observation team. They've detected a hidden airship south of Crossroad. It can't be seen with the naked eye, but its position has been confirmed. Lucas, who reported this, looked slightly tense as he asked, "What should we do? Should we shoot it down?" I had a feeling. I took Lucas and headed to the hangar.
Launch La Mancha.
We'll move directly to that location. Isn't that dangerous? Wouldn't it be safer to shoot it down and then investigate? Even if there's a risk, we need to check it out directly. Escort me, Lucas. Yes, sir. Thus, we flew to the designated point on the airship La Mancha. The enemy airship was cloaked with a magical veil, hiding in the sky, but as we got closer, its shape became faintly visible to the naked eye. The state of the veil wasn't good to begin with. Have we tried to communicate? Yes, but there's no response. Any sign of hostility? None. It's just floating there. Even as La Mancha approached to the point of being right in front of it, the mysterious airship remained still. I called out to the magician I had brought along. Junior. Yes, Your Highness. Can you dispel the veil? Of course. Junior lightly waved his staff, lifting the veil over the area, revealing an ancient, otherworldly red airship that looked to be centuries old. This airship, I murmured. It's a Demon Legion's dimensional transport ship. What, then? Yes, it's Cromwell's ship. The dimensional transport ship that flew from Cromwell's homeland, carrying her legion to this world. Despite its grand name, the ship was in poor condition. Built centuries ago, it was worn out, and its outer armor, as if scorched by fire, was crumbling. Bring La Mancha alongside. I'll go in and check it out myself. After several attempts to communicate yielded no response, we decided to board the ship directly. Torkel took the lead with his shield, followed by Lucas, myself in the center, then Junior, Diarmuiden, and Evangeline at the rear. We boarded the enemy ship in that order. The hatch is open, Your Highness. The hatch leading inside the ship was wide open. I'll go in first. Torkel cautiously checked the entrance and led the way, and we slowly followed. The interior of the ship was in better condition than the exterior but still showed signs of extensive fire damage. They said Cromwell's Legion was defeated by the Black Dragon Legion. I murmured as I spotted traces of black flames, evidence of the Black Dragon Legion's attacks. This ship must have escaped during that battle. But all the crew died, and it drifted here following its commander. We entered the deepest part of the bridge. There were two main structures, a complex, intertwined magical engine, or something resembling it. Junior and Diarmuiden immediately marveled and approached the engine. Wow! I've never seen a magical core like this. It's not just a power source but inscribed with powerful and complex magic. It's not merely an engine to power the ship. It's an artifact with higher dimensional magic. It's like, I interjected, allowing it to travel to other worlds? A bold imagination, Prince Ash. But it's plausible. In fact, I was likely correct. It was, after all, a dimensional transport ship of the Demon Legion. This engine seemed to be the core of that function. An unexpected find. Let's take it and study it. I pondered for a moment. A ship that can travel to other worlds. I need to meet Coco. Coco the Severer, a mage residing at the dungeon base camp. As a master of spatial magic, she might help us utilize this equipment effectively. Aside from the engine, there was another notable device. I examined it quietly. A large tank, containing a huge larva-like creature lying limp inside. As we approached, the giant larva weakly lifted its body and stared at us. Suspecting its identity, I spoke first. It seems to be the source of the zombification parasite. So, this grotesque larva is the cause of the zombie outbreak, Senior? Strictly speaking, it's a bit different. Combining the information from the setting book read by the old man and the real Ash's experiences, I formed an interpretation. The Redskin demons are a unique race among monsters, generally possessing high stats but no special abilities. They resemble humans in many ways, including their use of equipment similar to humans. Their one special ability is sacrifice. They can transfer abilities to someone by offering a sacrifice. This ability manifests through the deliberate implantation of this parasite. To gain the power to absorb another's life force by devouring or being devoured, demons implant this parasite from the fetal stage. Why did they do such a terrifying thing? Evangeline, puzzled by my explanation, asked. To continue, to become stronger. They are drifters from another dimension. No matter where they go, they remain outsiders. To fully assimilate the knowledge and power passed down from their predecessors, they forcibly developed this ability to use sacrifice. ensuring that adults who are devoured by children pass on everything to them, to fully inherit the karma of the previous generation. This parasite might have been their banner. Initially, it functioned as a banner to inherit the will and dreams of the predecessors. But over time, it lost its original intent and began to be misused in other ways, judging by the appearance of their subordinate demons. And in the end, this parasite was contaminated and altered by someone, causing the zombie outbreak by infecting and reviving the dead. If a person's banner, whether by choice or external influence, if altered and contaminated, and if that altered banner continues to be passed down, those inheriting it might also become no different from zombies. They might turn into monsters wielding a distorted belief. I touched the banner at my waist. Light and shadow. What distinguishes humans from monsters? Is it parasites? Is it banners? Does my banner truly represent the beliefs of those who passed it to me? Dr. Mutin. I asked Dr. Mutin. Please burn this equipment. Cleanly. Understood. With a complex expression, Dr. Mutin stood before the equipment, gazing at the giant larva-like parasite. He slowly reached out and cast a fire spell. The parasite lay down at the bottom of the tank as if sensing its end. Like a banner that had fulfilled its purpose, it sank powerlessly. The last parasite burned, its smoke rising into the winter sky. We salvaged the smoky enemy ship and returned to Crossroad. Stage 45 clear. Stage MVP, Dr. Mutin, SSR. Level up characters. Ash, EX, and 70 others, expand list. Deceased characters. None. Injured characters. Macmillan, N, and 50 others, expand list. Acquired items. Demon Guard Captain's Magic Core SSR-1. Flame Giant King's Magic Core SSR-1. Bride Devourer's Magic Core SSR-1. Decagon Magic Core SSR-1. Wingless Cicada Lord's Magic Core SSR-1. Vortex Magic Core SSR-1. Hellhound Gatekeeper's Magic Core SR-5. Others. Calculating. Acquired Special Equipment. Demon Legion's Dimensional Transport Ship 1. Stage clear rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. SSR Grade Reward Box. 10. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Final Act. January 1st, 652 Imperial Year. A New Year's morning dawned. Waking up at dawn, I sat blankly on my bed, gazing at the faintly brightening eastern sky. I woke up in this world. On the last day of February, 649. The final battle of the tutorial was on the next day, March 1st. It's been 34 months already, and now it's my third new year here. What's left is 2 months. The final 5 stages. Not much time remains. The end is really close. Can I really? With no regrets, with no lingering attachment. Can I achieve a satisfying ending? Can I truly reach the true ending? Lost in such thoughts. Bang dash. The door burst open. Happy New Year, Your Highness. Yay. New Year's Festival. New Year's Festival dash. Reenacting the now familiar New Year's morning scene. The main party's shield-bearer and mage jumped into the room cheerfully. I couldn't help but laugh. This is already the third New Year's morning here, but these guys never change. Get up quickly and give us our New Year's money, New Year's money. Yay, New Year's money. Bonus. Incentive. Evangeline, holding a ladle, and Junior, holding a pot lid, cheerfully banged them together, then widened their eyes upon seeing me already awake. Huh? What? You're already awake, Senior. Oh my, it's true. Isn't it a tradition to see His Highness just waking up with swollen eyes and bed hair on the first day of the year? When did that tradition start? Mumbling, I got up. My New Year's reflection time was shattered by the kids' clamor for New Year's money. What about the others? They're all in the dining hall, waiting for you. Getting up early and coming here made us hungry, Your Highness. Let's go and have some meatball stew. Yes. New Year's morning calls for a hot bowl of rice cake soup. Meatball stew. All right, let's go and have a hearty bowl. What about New Year's money, senior? New Year's money dash. Sheesh, asking for New Year's money without even bowing. I must have turned the New Year's bonus into a proper name by joking about it before. Don't worry, it'll be given out. Don't be so impatient. Yay! Awesome! Evangeline and Junior, walking ahead of me, joyfully clanged their ladle and pot lid together. The energy was off the charts from the morning. Is this the power of the new year? Entering the dining hall, Lucas and Damien greeted me. Good morning, my lord. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Your Highness. Yes, thank you for your hard work from the morning. May you both have a prosperous New Year too. Sitting down at the prepared table, the person bringing out a large pot of stew on a tray was, "Did you sleep well, Your Highness?" Serenade. Seeing her smile as bright as the early morning sunlight, I smiled back without realizing it. But simultaneously, I felt a faint void. The figure of my aide and director, Ader, who always brought the meatball stew on the first day of the past 2 New Years, was no longer visible. Pushing away thoughts of him, who disappeared after fulfilling his final role, I beckoned Serenade. Good morning, Serenade. Happy New Year. Sit and eat with us. After breakfast, while each of us sipped warm tea, New Year's wine, or a mix of dried fruit and milk jam, chatting away. Today's the New Year's festival, right? What are your plans? I asked casually, and Lucas answered immediately. I have a date with Hecate. Dash. Everyone around us spewed what they were drinking. Watching the spectacle of various drinks being sprayed around like New Year's fountains, I had a feeling. With the New Year's festival, love blossoms on the monster front would also reach its conclusions for each character. Chapter 759. Under the snowflakes pouring from the sky. Crossroad was bustling with life for the first time in a while, making it hard to believe that just a few days ago, it had been the site of a fierce battle against monsters. The citizens who had fled returned, and the city was filled with the steam from food preparations everywhere. People from various countries made their traditional New Year's dishes and shared them with each other. It seemed like a competition to show off their country's food culture, as they eagerly handed out food to guests. Originally, Crossroad did not have a culture of New Year festivals. However, due to the absence of the Autumn Festival in the second year, a simple event of sharing food and setting up street stalls on the first day of the new year took its place. This event was well received, and it seemed like everyone needed a moment to catch their breath. So, starting this year, it was officially made into an event. Strictly speaking, today is not a festival. It's just a day to share food, pray at the temple, and enjoy the peaceful day together. What is a festival anyway? If everyone is happy, that's a festival. As the size of the World Guardian Front grew over the year, people from more diverse countries brought out various dishes to share. For some reason, this food-sharing event turned into a scene from a food fight manga, with countries competing to see whose food was the tastiest based on sales. Serenade, was this your doing? However, this year, the presence of the Bringer Duchy was noticeably absent. Suddenly, the scene from 2 years ago came to mind. The image of Dusk Bringer pouring meat stew over roasted vegetables in a large pot. The dragon lady smiled as she joked about controlling the fire herself to roast the vegetables, claiming that it was all about fire control. I kept looking around, raising my head. The people I saw on the first New Year's, the people I saw on the second New Year's, were not here today. Suddenly, the shadows of the missing people passed by in a vision on the New Year's streets. When I closed and opened my eyes, the shadows were gone, and only the laughter of people enjoying themselves with plates of food remained, as I absent-mindedly chased the traces of the disappeared with my eyes. But still, our leaf dumplings are the best, aren't they? The taste that peels the roof of your mouth. Coolin grinned as he took dumplings fresh out of the oven. These were the unique dumplings of the leaf tribe, said to bring good luck for the year if eaten hot and swallowed quickly. Of course, like last year, I just took the plate and left it on the table to cool down because I detested burning the roof of my mouth. The place where I was sitting was at the Leaf Tribe stall. It was as popular as last year, bustling with other customers. I was sitting in the prime spot right next to the oven where Kulin was baking dumplings, watching the scene. "This is the last piece before the storm, isn't it, Captain?" Kulin asked, wiping the sweat off his forehead after adjusting the oven's fire. "Everyone's taking a breather before the final sprint. Isn't that right?" I chuckled softly. "For someone who knows, your voice doesn't seem scared, Kulin. The trials we've gone through have been so harsh that we're getting used to them. It's not good to be careless, but honestly it feels like whatever comes, let it. We'll break it all anyway." Kulin showed his determination by bumping his fists together. I quietly smiled and grabbed my dumplings, then quietly put them down. Still hot, but Kulin is right. This is the final calm before the last 5 rounds. After this peaceful period and the final preparations, from the 46th stage to the 50th stage, it will be relentless. The citizens who barely returned will have to flee again, and we will have to endure harsh battles at the end of this winter. But if we win this, it's really all over, isn't it? Kulin grinned as he placed another dumpling on my plate. "Hey, I'm letting it cool, and you're giving me another hot one? Thinking that way makes it feel more manageable, doesn't it? If this ordeal is the last hill we have to climb, it even makes me a bit happy, because we just have to push a little more. Is that how one can think about it? If we endure just these 2 more months, it's the end. I am." As I tried to find the shadows of those who never returned, I closed and opened my eyes tightly. Am I leading them all to the right end? As I led everyone in the right direction, just then, a group from the temple and retired soldiers from the old barracks came into Kulin's dumpling stall. I waved at Torkel, who was at the forefront. "Torkel, Your Highness. Happy New Year." "Happy New Year to you too. Want a dumpling?" I subtly handed Torkel one of the 2 steaming hot dumplings on my plate. Torkel took it without hesitation and popped it into his mouth. "Wow, isn't it hot?" I asked, amazed at Torkel's unfazed expression, to which he calmly replied, "Nope, perfectly fine. Did you burn the roof of your mouth?" Even the best tank on the front line can't avoid burning their mouth. As we exchanged various New Year's greetings, I noticed a few missing from the group of retired soldiers. The Glory Knights were one thing, but Chain, who always hung out with the retired soldiers and was close to Torkel, was not there. "Where's Chain?" "He left in a hurry the other day." Torkel smiled inside his helmet. "He exchanged letters with his daughter. Luckily, her response was not bad. He returned home to visit on New Year's Day." "Ha!" Knowing Chain's situation, I felt a bit worried. He's been away from home for quite a while. His wife was very angry too. "Will it be okay? It's New Year's," Torkel said softly as he handed out dumpling plates to other retired soldiers. "There are few days when people's hearts are more forgiving than today. We don't know when the world will end, so the sooner they reconcile, the more time they have to love each other." His voice was still blunt and awkward, but Torkel had become as eloquent as any skilled speaker. "Yes. Whether today is the last January 1st in this world or not, we don't know yet. I hope Chain would return home safely, reconcile with his wife, apologize to his daughter, and kiss his grandchild's cheek. And, of course, I also knew that people's hearts don't always work out so conveniently." Listening to the conversation, Kulin glanced briefly towards the north of the city, towards the Aryan Kingdom camp. With a shout, he resumed baking dumplings. After sneaking a glance at the parallel line of unfulfilled connections between Kulin and Yoon, I ate my now suitably cooled dumplings and turned my gaze to the other side of the city, wishing that on New Year's, everyone would touch each other's hearts with generosity. Evangeline walked down the street with a serious face. Snow was falling from the sky, but the weather was mild. The street lined with hot pots was slightly warm just from the presence of people and food. Walking alongside other heroes from the Sky Knights and shoveling various foods into her mouth, Evangeline kept groaning. The other heroes walking beside her looked puzzled. "You seem more worried than usual today, President." Indeed. Normally, you'd have eaten 5 more plates by now. To think you'd be this down in the face of free food. What's wrong, President? Well, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. It just bothers me. Lucas and Hecate's date. But I couldn't tail them like before. This time, it seemed like they were going to have a serious conversation. But I'm curious. What's going to happen? How does Lucas really feel? As she grew increasingly frustrated, Evangeline felt her temper flare. Why am I the only one worrying about this when he doesn't even care if I get confessed to? No, the more I think about it, the more it pisses me off. Why does it feel like I'm the only one losing out? I'm going to stop caring too. You two live happily ever after on your own. Fuming, Evangeline started a rage-fueled eating spree. The heroes from the Sky Knights applauded as she devoured the New Year's food stalls one by one. That's right. This is our president. Please break your record, President. Heh. Let's destroy this event that dares to offer free food. Crossroad. You underestimated the greatness of your future lord. As she received the cheers and wicked laughter of the members, Evangeline energetically filled her round belly. Ah! Ah! Before she knew it, she was at the familiar cafeteria street, and in front of her was the new Terra restaurant where the Sky Knights often had gatherings. And standing awkwardly at the entrance, greeting customers, was the now familiar waiter. Hello, Miss Evangeline. I. Feeling awkward, Evangeline turned her gaze and greeted him back. Hello, waiter. Something felt off. The waiter looked at her with a determined gaze. The heroes who had been following Evangeline and wrecking the food stalls fell silent. Suddenly, the area around the restaurant entrance was wrapped in a silence that did not match the New Year's atmosphere. It's the first time seeing you since that battle. You didn't get hurt, did you?
No.
Thanks to you saving me, I'm safe. Another brief silence. Evangeline, not knowing how to handle this atmosphere, turned around and signaled for help from the members with her eyes. But they were all snickering evilly while eating popcorn. These brats. Once again, thank you so much. You're my lifesaver. No, it's nothing. It was my duty as the heir to the Border Count title. Evangeline stammered in front of the waiter, who was bowing deeply and muttering. It was then. And, after participating in that battle and facing the monster up close, I realized. I realized just how incredible you are, Mississippi, and how unfit I am for this world. The waiter murmured bitterly. This is not a place for someone with childish courage like me. The warriors on this front line are fighting a much more grueling and harsh battle than I had ever imagined. I wanted to show you that my feelings for you were real by facing the monster head-on. But now I know how utterly childish that idea was. The waiter bowed deeply. I overstepped, driven by my own emotions, causing trouble for you and many others. I'm truly sorry. No, it's not that. I'm leaving this city. The waiter smiled sadly. Because I'm a coward. Since that day, I've had nightmares about the monster every night. I will pray for your, and Crossroads, fortune from afar. Admitting his shame and weakness, the waiter looked much more at ease and bowed once more. Please consider that confession from that day as if it never happened. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. So, would you like to have a meal? Of course, she didn't eat there. Evangeline and the Sky Knights walked past the cafeteria to the next street. Wait a moment. Feeling dazed, Evangeline walked on with a completely unrelaxed face, murmuring, Did I just get dumped? I didn't even do anything, but he just confessed and took it back on his own. Wait. Hold on, waiter. Stay there. This doesn't make dash. 0 confessions, 1 rejection. Evangeline, who had just achieved a legendary score, clutched her head and roared, Uaea. Meanwhile, in the opposite alley, sitting with Hecate at another cafeteria, Lucas glanced in the direction of the whale. What's that, a pterodactyl? Chapter 760. Against the backdrop of Evangeline's distant scream, Lucas and Hecate sat silently by the window in a cafe, drinking coffee. Lucas wore a cold and functional expression, as he always did when not with his master, and Hecate watched his face as if she were appreciating a sculpture. "It's been a long time since I've seen you out of armor." Hecate smiled faintly as she looked at Lucas's coat. "Yeah, really long time." Lucas absent-mindedly touched the collar of his coat. "Really? Yeah. Even at the academy, you always wore your uniform." At the academy it was uniforms, and here on the front lines it was armor. Lucas was almost always armed. It was an expression of his will to always be on guard as the prince's escort, but Hecate now understood a bit more about his true feelings. He was closing off his heart, too. So seeing him in casual clothes after such a long time was both comforting and it also hurt to confirm once again that Lucas had been closing his heart to her all this time. "It's peaceful like this, even if it's just a brief respite." Hecate spoke gently, not showing her feelings, and teased with her eyes. "You asked me out on a date first, but no special plans? I only thought about having a meal and a cup of coffee." "That's so you, Lucas." Or maybe it's impressive that he managed to ask her out on a date and have a meal and coffee together. For a human golden retriever who only knew swordsmanship and his master, it was a huge leap forward. Clink. At that moment, Lucas set down his coffee cup and looked at Hecate seriously. "So, Hecate, have you figured things out?" Lucas's question was direct. What Hecate, who could no longer live as a knight, would do next and where she would go. "Well," Hecate chuckled softly and stirred her coffee with a spoon. "I was hoping a handsome knight would hold on to me, but that doesn't seem likely." Lucas lowered his eyes and hesitated before speaking cautiously. "Hecate, if you really want—" "Lucas." But Hecate cut him off. "I know. You never had feelings for me, right? That's why you've always pretended to be oblivious and kept your distance. I know it all." Lucas remained silent. Hecate eventually stopped stirring her coffee. She was tired of going in circles without meaning. So she put down the spoon and slowly, but surely, finished the bitter coffee left in the cup. Summoning her courage, she faced Lucas. "I'm not that selfish. I have pride too. I don't intend to cling to you out of pity." There was a time when she did. When she wished he would look at her, even out of pity. Not long ago she certainly did. But, sigh. Now she didn't want to do that anymore. For the sake of all of them. "I still don't know what I'll do in the future. But when I almost died to those zombie flesh things, I thought of one thing I wanted to do." "Something you want to do?" "Yeah. Something I never dared to imagine, but maybe really want to try." Hecate smiled like a mischievous child. Seeing such a smile from her for the first time since she was very young, Lucas blinked stupidly. "It's a very small and trivial wish. Can you grant it? If it's something I can do. Anytime." Lucas nodded. Then Hecate took a deep breath. "Lucas, can I dump you?" She said something like that. Lucas, not understanding, couldn't react. Hecate covered her mouth and giggled. "The girl who clung to you her whole life finally kicks you away at the end. Yeah, that's my wish. How about it? Can you grant it?" "Huh?" Still not grasping it, Lucas stared at her as Hecate suddenly remembered something. That day, at the end of the world, facing the monsters, what Junior had told her. When you lose everything, you just become yourself. Not the heir to a curse, nor a revenger of an old war, nor an imperial knight. Just 24-year-old you. Hecate closed her eyes for a moment and took a breath. "I still don't know what kind of person I'll become. I can't use my sword anymore. I've lost the curse, and the stage for revenge has disappeared." She had lost everything, and because of that, so I'm going to be reborn. From the beginning, on this ruin. She could start anything, anyway, any direction. Now, I'm just me, detached from the past, able to find anything I want to do, just 24-year-old me. She knew. Maybe this was just wordplay. Maybe it was an excuse for a loser. But Hecate decided to stop looking at the end of a dark tunnel. Like that young wizard who survived the country she hated but saved her in front of the monsters. Even if she couldn't dream of a resort with a sparkling pool in the south, she decided to look for something else that might shine. I'll leave the past behind and find a new goal to start over from the beginning. So, I'll stop clinging to you now. Someone she loved so much. No, perhaps still loved. But never opened his heart to her. This wretched and cruel first love, Hecate declared with a refreshing smile. Live happily, you bastard. This is me dumping you. Got it? We're agreed on this, right? No, wait. Then I'm leaving. Hecate, clutching her chest that was both painful and relieved, stood up and smiled. I enjoyed our first and last date. Goodbye. Leaving behind Lucas, who stood there with his mouth slightly open, Hecate walked out of the cafe and disappeared into the snow-covered winter street. Watching her back quietly, after recording another 0 confessions, 1 rejection score, Lucas, sitting blankly, finally managed to make a sound. It was a very bear-like sound, not much different from Evangeline's pterosaur-like scream. Crossroads city center, street stalls. Wow! There are so many delicious foods. Hannibal shouted with a bright face in front of the stalls from various countries. Holding Hannibal's hands were Zennies and Rosetta. Let's go, Dad. High Priestess. Okay. Zennies and Rosetta both had uncomfortable expressions. Understandably so, since with Hannibal between them it looked just like a family. It looked like a couple with a young son. Of course, this was a deliberate atmosphere created by Hannibal, who played the role of an innocent young son leading the two inside the street. Zennies and Rosetta were quite flustered, but they weren't unhappy with the situation. The three tasted New Year's foods from various countries, holding snacks in their hands, laughing and joking together as they walked. Oh, cotton candy! Hannibal shouted as he spotted a cotton candy stall. Let's get cotton candy. Sure. I'll go get it. Rosetta winked at Zennies and headed to the cotton candy stall to order 3. While Rosetta was getting the cotton candy, Zennies knelt down to match Hannibal's eye level. Hannibal. Yes, Dad. I know you want a mom, but don't be too insistent with High Priestess Rosetta. At the sudden, but piercing comment, Hannibal's large eyes wavered. The young spirit mage stammered. But you two get along well, don't you? And it's not like the goddess's priests are forbidden from dating or marrying. Well, yes, we get along. It's not bad. Zennies laughed bitterly. Honestly, I even liked her at one point. Really? Then why? Just then, Rosetta returned with the cotton candy. Hannibal urgently asked Rosetta, High Priestess, do you dislike my dad? Huh? I don't dislike him. Although I almost had to execute him for heresy, and he's diligently earning heresy points, I don't dislike him. Rosetta chuckled. In fact, I even liked him when we were young. Really? Then you too. We had feelings for each other, though our timing was off. Rosetta calmly handed them their cotton candy. But we have a deeper relationship than simple affection. Lifesavers, sworn siblings, comrades, and followers of the same deity. Rosetta and Zennies' relationship was complex and multi-layered. If we became closer as a man and a woman, all those other relationships might lose their depth. We were afraid of that. So we pretended not to know each other's feelings, and a lot of time has passed since then. Rosetta looked at Zennies, and Zennies smiled awkwardly. Our young and tender feelings have faded appropriately. We're comfortable as we are now. But Hannibal. Rosetta gently comforted Hannibal. There are many forms of relationships in this world, and you and I don't necessarily need to fit into the family mold to be together. I can't be your mother, but I can care for you, bless you, and think of you. Rosetta softly stroked Hannibal's hair. Why don't we start from there? Hannibal nodded slowly, his head bowed, and quickly wiped his eyes before running into the street stalls. "I'll go buy something else." Watching Hannibal's retreating back, Zenny sighed deeply. It seems we told a child two harsh truths on the first day of the new year. It's not a world where you can get everything you want. Rosetta smiled. Charming wrinkles formed around her mouth and eyes. But that child's idea is quite clever. Trying to match us together. Naive and bold, it actually seems plausible. Ha ha. It's not a world where you can get everything you want. But those who don't give up and strive will eventually hold fitting fruits in their hands. Rosetta made the sign of the cross and whispered a prayer. May many good connections come to that child. Zenny's prayed alongside her and smiled quietly. May many people form new connections, as many as the missed connections in Crossroad. The two priests prayed together. For Hannibal's future and for the intertwined fates of others in Crossroad to be blessed. On this New Year's Day, for everyone. But wait a minute. Suddenly, during the prayer, stray thoughts entered the minds of the two priests. We never actually confessed our feelings to each other. Did we? Did I just get rejected without properly confessing? The two priests glanced at each other, then closed their eyes again. The 0 confessions, 1 rejection score was spreading throughout Crossroad. A small town near Crossroad. In front of a small brick house on the outskirts, where the steam from freshly baked bread wafted. Standing there with crutches, clutching the letters exchanged with his daughter. Chain closed his eyes tightly, inhaling deeply several times. Slowly he raised his hand to the door, and knock, knock. Mustering his courage, he knocked.